when we last left off, our intrepid heroes went down into the remains of an ancient Woavaran temple, and seeing a demon bound up in terrible bloody chains, immediately freed it, and then gave it a smooch on the lips, and avoided dying on a 5% chance. And then let the demon go off into the world unsupervised. I'm sure there'll be no repercussions for this decision.
Yeah.
However, on slightly higher IQ notes, the party brought Inah's mom along with them to face Rom Blackhand, a local bandit lord who had a nice fat bounty on his head, and, though it was a hard-fought battle, managed to slay him and his goons, and reaped a fat reward for their troubles. A reward sufficient enough to let them advance to level 2.
We're slightly less in one-shot territory. We're still in one-shot territory, but slightly towards the
I can
edge
no
of it.
longer kill Talanora on a non-critical hit from a basic unaugmented greatsword.
Yeah.
Now we're squishy instead of fragile.
Yeah, now you're just squish.
I'm just squished with 23
God.
hit points.
12
Don't
hit
eat
points.
it.
Technically,
The
we were always
druid has
squish,
almost
but-
double. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I got 17 here, but
I'm a wizard.
Gardeford, do
Have you
not
seen this druid?
do not speak
It's
with
so
food
much
in your mouth.
So, okay, I need to put. Wait,
Yes.
let's see. I did this cantrip. Wait, how many cantrips do I have?
What's up, Hedrah? What you trying to say?
I was saying, first and foremost, Gardeford, don't talk with food in your mouth. Secondly, did they change the
Apologies.
the character sheet or something? It's so much smaller. Like it's less wide. It's less wider.
I
don't
don't
think so.
think so.
No, not even a little bit.
Oh
It's the
no,
same as it has always been.
I've discovered a problem.
What would that
What?
be?
Oh,
What did you do?
What
What
have
did
you
you do
done?
this time?
So, I only. I can only have 3 cantrips.
Yes, you are a level 2 wizard. You have
I
like 3
have-
cantrips.
Firebolt.
Yep.
So I have Firebolt, Light, and Mending. However,
hmm
I wanted to pick up Green Flame Blade because I'm now a sword singer, Bladesinger.
Yeah.
I also spent the 3 days of downtime to create the Grease cantrip.
Yeah. That is like 5 cantrips. You can only use 3.
Yeah. So
You get
wait,
3.
can I prepare? Can't wait. Can
No.
I write? I
No.
cannot- I
Nope,
cannot
they're,
prepare cantrips.
cantrips are known, so yeah, you're gonna have to ditch one.
I'm going to have to ditch at least one.
I would recommend lights. You have dark. Wait, you don't have dark vision, do you?
I'm the only one that does.
No
have
one
dark
is
Okay, then
fine,
you're
really
fine.
has
You don't
dark
need
vision.
light.
Is that not a Tasha's optional thing we go for?
Yeah, you can swap one cantrip out every time you level up.
Every time you long rest,
Every time you. Oh,
if you're a
okay.
wizard.
No.
No.
That is
That's
the-
an optional thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of the Tasha's things.
Don't
That's
think
level
so,
3.
but-
That's level 3.
Also
Yeah.
level 3.
Cantrip formula.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the level 3 thing.
Why that's not just a
Yes.
default thing, who the fuck knows? But whatever. We're not at that point
Yeah.
where we could use that, even if we wanted to.
Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, good luck with that.
If I don't have, I'm the only one in this party who has dark vision. I think,
Look.
right?
Yeah, but on the other hand, Roz is a fucking human torch. So as long as you keep the Mander with you, you're good.
And I have this.
I produce fire.
Yeah, Aska is also a fire mage, although ironically,
I
only
have
by
okay.
the power of house rolls does her fire
Alright,
spirit
I'm gonna-
actually produce light.
Yeah,
I'll
isn't that
have
funny?
to
Somehow the flame spirit
rely
doesn't
on
produce light.
you guys for casting light spells. That
I mean, you don't need to do it. You are fine. It doesn't. It makes sense that you don't
Yeah.
have light. You don't
Yeah.
fucking need it.
You don't need light. You're
Oops.
good.
What should
Yeah,
I name?
you're
What should I
dark
name this
vision.
cantrip? I guess it's would it be a conjuration spell? What is grease? What is grease?
Grease is conjuration.
It's a
Conjuration.
Yes, that's
no.
conjuration.
Greece is
yeah.
a country.
Barely.
No, it's not. It's a
One action.
articulate trash tap.
It's an anarchic state.
30-foot
Eight.
range, 20-foot, 30-foot range, 30-foot range sounds fine.
Also, Roz has
Right.
produce flame because man,
Yeah,
she can
man.
double
produce
tap.
flame.
What should
It's
I
just
name
such a
this
good-
grease cantrip?
Slip and
Luba.
slide. I prefer slip and slide.
That's about what it's good for.
Mm-hmm. I can't believe it's not grease. There you go.
But yes, while you're thinking of that, the party has indeed taken 10 days of downtime here in Hedrah, which was enough time for Kieran and Arena to escort a convoy up and down since they weren't obligated to level up, and for Talanora to work on a cantrip of her own design. While they were in town, Aska and Roz had dinner. Talanora, B, and Teddy Yana went to the beach. Inah met Amander. It was a good time for everybody. Potentially more for Kieran than most.
Yeah.
Gee, I wonder why.
I'm not saying he got his soul sucked out by a 1,000-year-old Kitsune, but
No, he got the soul
But
sucked out of his balls.
I mean, look, there's not much down there to suck out, really, when you think about it, considering he just had the succubus the other day.
look, all he did was jerk off into her mouth, all right? He was
Yeah,
smart
it's
enough not to
fine.
let her touch him.
That's a good point.
All right. Hey, guys. Ina's gonna draw your cards, it says.
Hooray! I need to do
Time,
one of
time
these.
for a new step of an adventure. So I know do her little flippy tricks, slide some cards, give them a quick deal, cut them twice, cut them thrice, and then hold out the deck towards Nora. Draw your card.
Do I pick one of these 5 cards here?
Yeah.
No, I'll play it out for you.
Oh, okay.
I've got them all just in order of player.
Ooh.
I picked that, I
Oop.
guess.
Don't know how I managed to double pull that one. Good job, me. Let's just flip that over.
The Tempter. Ooh.
Let's see here. Fortune telling.
Well, she fucking tempted a lot of goddamn people during the fucking beach episode.
I don't know what you're talking about. I had a fun time playing a game of some kind of sport.
Yeah,
I don't
she's
know.
the very bottom of the royal suite.
Ah, there she is.
Makes
Hmm.
sense.
Well, that's an unfortunate condition.
When you hold this card and are charmed by another creature, or one succeeds a charisma check against you, you gain inspiration. I mean, that happens a lot. That is as simple as someone doing a persuade on you. That's not a big deal.
When someone
deception.
persuades me, or what?
Yeah, when someone does like a persuade on you, or uses an ability or spell that charms you.
Deception also.
Yeah, all the checks. All right, Aska, you have the Raven. It's everyone's favorite friend, the Raven.
Wow.
Nice.
Let's see here. Ah, yes. When you destroy or give a final rest to an undead, you get inspiration. B. The Hooded One.
Spooky.
7 of Swords.
When you hold it, this card and defeat all enemies in a combat encounter, gain inspo.
Bonk.
Zana. The Diviner, 2 of Stars. When you hold this card and fail a saving throw against a spell or other magical effect, gain inspiration.
Sweet.
And Ina will sigh and flip the deck over and pull one up for herself from the bottom. Ah, the Myrmidon, the 5 of Swords.
Uh-huh.
Has anyone got party goals open right now?
No.
Raven. Mm. Just get with the point to say Nefri wants to steal this card from your hand.
I've never seen what that button does before. That's weird.
Yeah, one sec, I'll I was going to show you what it looked like.
Yep, too late.
Boop.
Mm-hmm.
That is honestly, you should be worrying how often you're just seeing more combat in our future.
It sort of just depends on how it's taken, whether literal or not. She'll flip all the cards away. The easiest meaning is clearly that, we're going to be walking into conflict, but such a thing doesn't exactly have to actually be physical violence.
Yeah.
The Temptress insinuates that you would be swayed by the force of another person. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're being swayed for the worse or the better. It could just be Roz decided that she wanted to see the first copy of your book and snuck in some delicious little snackies for you. Really look at them anyway. Just the general idea of how your fate's going to roll on out.
Hmm.
We could run into some gamblers on the way.
Also possible. Coincidentally, I am terrible at gambling.
I don't know. Never really gambled that much.
I mean, it's fun. I'm just bad at it. Anyway,
I never had a chance to gamble.
yeah.
As you might understand, I wasn't exactly, exposed to that kind of things. Thinking about it, I wasn't exposed to a lot of fucking things. God damn it.
All right, you can
Well,
be exposed to a
for
lot
good
of
and
things
bad.
from now on.
For good and bad. Because I've stopped asking why the hell everyone's hat is up in the air.
Travel bear.
We need more of that? Okay. I mean, okay.
I will pass. I only need alcohol for diplomacy reasons myself.
Now,
How
I
do I word this? How do I word this cantrip?
don't really drink because
Gives advantage to squeeze through a space, or
Sure.
we don't really make it. Do we make checks to squeeze through spaces?
When your ass is this
Yeah.
fat, you do.
You make like
Okay.
dexterity
We
checks.
haven't
but,
yet, but
remember?
it's very
Jump in.
possible.
Alternatively, just have it count you as one size category smaller for the purposes of squeezing through spaces.
Oh, that
Oh,
works
yeah.
better.
That makes more sense.
it's just throwing melted butter on a pig and just slapping on its ass.
I did call this cantrip "Grease Me Up" with an exclamation point.
Nice. That's perfect.
All right, yeah.
Large Torres, do we have any grease?
Grease me
I
up,
am now
woman.
naming it "Grease Me Up,
Grease me up.
Woman."
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie.
All right. So we're gonna go check out this fancy tree.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps you
Oh, yeah.
find a relic and retrieve it.
Although,
Yeah.
I still need to ask about the whole drinking thing.
What about it in particular?
Well, what would you recommend for somebody who's never drank?
Personally, I recommend not drinking because I'm very boring like that. But honestly, probably Tally's mead because it's sweet and not too strong.
Yeah, mead is pretty tasty.
Hmm.
I do have some 1 years. Some.
Okay, I will say that I've never drunk anything, so I don't know it at
You
all.
don't know what you like. It's true you could have a different taste for stuff. I know some people who
Yeah.
like all the really smoky, fiery in your mouth whiskeys, and they can taste all the flavors, but I can't. Just mostly taste like smoke and burning to me.
Yeah, I also have the, like, just makes a hand motion, like racial disposition for
That is
drinking.
also true, yeah. It's kind of weird that you aren't much of a drinker. I figured that was a fawn thing for all fawns. Aren't you
You would
actually
think
supposed to
that,
be?
but then
Aren't you supposed to actually be drunk in the womb?
just listen,
gotta-
that was literally the only time my mom ever drank.
Oh, okay. I was going to
Oh.
say, otherwise I'd be
Hmm.
really, really worried because, heck, I'm pretty sure even my stepbrother is the result of a lot of drinking.
Yeah, but just that's how they knew that she was expecting.
Right, that makes sense. I mean, at the same time, it doesn't because it's crazy, but it makes sense for Fawn. Now, how
Yeah,
about after we come back from our mystery adventure, we just try a whole bunch of different alcohols?
Well, yeah. The thing, though, we should try every quality as well, because
Let's start off on cheap because that'll tell you what you like first. You don't want to find out that you've only
Yeah.
got a taste for the pricey stuff.
well, I was thinking also, like, I heard of, well, I know of Rotgut, but
Why don't you try a pint of the honey beer I got in today?
Or was like basic
That's
When we
ale
come-
first?
That's just only a couple silver. That's only like
Yes.
4 coppers a pint or something.
yes, but I will try it when we come back, because if I start drinking now, I don't know if I will be, what's the word, shit-faced.
I mean, only if you're a super lightweight, I guess.
I have literally never drunk. I'm 12 years old. I have literally never tasted that stuff.
Well, we'll change that soon enough. But anyway, what's up, Roz?
Okay. So, beer talk is nice. However, we need to break the teetotalers on something completely different today.
What would that be?
Apparently, there's a festival today for something called Dragongrass.
Oh no.
No. Mm-mm.
There's a festival for that?
Apparently,
Not one I'm familiar with.
it's a new thing this year.
Oh,
There's some
platform.
cosmic significance with the year 1420 on April the 20th, apparently. Some sign in the stars. Everyone's very excited about it.
If it's a sign in the stars, I will partake of some, just a little, just a skosh.
Me too.
Well, if it makes you feel better, apparently there's a bunch of great heroes coming in from all over.
Huh, when?
Today.
I mean, like when today? Are they going to turn up this morning or will they be here in the evening? Do you have time to go do the tree thing first or?
The tree's a whole
Waffle.
day away just to get there.
True.
And yeah, I don't know
Here
when.
all along.
It's people walk and sail, but the town square's open already, and apparently they're stringing up banners now.
Huh, well, I mean, I'd love to go see a party.
So, table the beer thing, and let's go get Zana completely high.
Woo!
Okay, that's is a thumbs up. Question.
Roz fist pumps. All right, let's go.
I will follow. Last time I partook in grass, I just got really sleepy and ate too much.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's
I never
like-
see myself.
B, where are you
taking
going?
that.
The party
Please-
is this
please get
way.
stuff. Wait, I gotta ask something.
Okay. God, I'm sure the drugs won't go anywhere.
Someone's going to be
For now.
responsible for y'all while y'all hide up.
Please gonna run up
Oh.
to Yana and try to get her attention. Yana?
Oh, hi, B. What's up?
I know you were gonna be leaving soon, but
Today, actually.
I was wondering if we could convince you. I technically still haven't asked everybody else, but would you mind staying a little longer? We could be your escorts to the town, but we just wanted to go check out a tree thing first.
I suppose. And I hardly want to turn down an escort. It's just, well, I'm already kind of behind, but I suppose 2 more days wouldn't hurt.
I can pay for your stay too.
Oh, no, you don't have to. Really, Zakar lets me stay for free while I form.
Oh, good then. I'm sure I'll be able to convince everyone.
Well, I'm sure you will too. And I look forward to traveling with actual heroes. That's exciting. Don't be mean to the horse.
Oh,
Awesome. I'll see you later then. I'm kind of holding everybody up.
Okay, I'll talk to you later. How at the festival? Actually, if I'm gonna be staying the day, she will flick her tail a couple times. Would you
Do you want to
have?
come with?
Yes. Can I? If it's not too
Yeah,
much
yeah.
trouble.
Definitely not.
Giddy horse noises as she
B.
quickly collects her things.
B will help scoot stuff out of the way as she gets ready. Anna's gonna come with us.
Oh, sweet.
Ah, cool. By the way, for the party, I noticed that when I clicked my token that it wasn't the same hit points as it was on the character sheet, so please check your sheet
Oh.
and
That's
characters.
fine.
Looks
Yeah,
like
mine's good.
mine's good.
Yeah, like half of them didn't want to update, but if you just re-enter your hit points, it should
Oh,
work.
my
how does this spell work?
my
now?
lay on
Oh,
hands
that prints there.
things is not correct though. So
Yeah, Silvery Barb is absolutely fucking busted because there's no actual way to detect it.
it's fun times.
Yeah, you
Well,
have
wait,
to
it's
just
verbal components, isn't it?
yeah, it's just verbal,
do
but
that.
it just has to be a sound.
See,
There's
did
no
I print this
magical.
off? I have to check the actual like.
I mean,
check.
typically when a spell is like verbal, it has like components of like
No,
chanting, something like that.
read.
I think this one only has verbal, but I didn't. It's not in the compendium,
It
so I had to. make
Doesn't
it
really matter. The components are largely irrelevant.
largely, except for when they're not.
Yep.
It is verbal only.
Yeah, and it only has to be a sound, a noise. That is the trigger for the spell. It's so fucking busted.
Silvery Barbs is good.
Yeah, I mean, I'd still say like if it is a verbal, it has chanting or something like that, so it's noticeable.
No,
I
it's
don't-
literally in the book. I
Give
checked it.
someone disadvantage. Give an enemy disadvantage. Give an ally advantage. Okay. Okay. I will try to remember that. Confusing spell.
So we'll stippy stompy around and accompany the group.
Hey, Tae.
Hello. I hope I'm not intruding on anything.
Oh no, it's a big festival apparently. It's not one I've heard of before myself.
Yes,
Looks like we're
apparently
hanging
it's a
around.
new thing in honor of the hero of Avara, Szooth. Was a great cultivator of dragongrass. Some of his
Oh.
friends live nearby, and apparently his party saved Kadar once, so it's a big thing
Oh, neat.
here.
That's pretty cool. Well then, I suppose we're going to have to go get uncomfortably high.
You guys should do that. I don't think it's wise for me.
Oh, but you'll have a bee on arm. Clearly she can be your escort.
Mm-hmm.
If you
I
put her on a
might
leash, then
fall
she
over
will
and crush
be...
her.
No.
I'm big
If
strong.
anything, we're afraid bee will fall over and crush everyone else.
Hey.
It might be hard to tell, but that girl is all cake. Cake and muscle. Muscle cake.
She's a pastry?
You'd have to take a bite to find out, but basically, yes.
That
Kinda
would
quirks her head to the
constitute
side.
as cannibalism.
Thumbs up from an Inah in Bee's direction.
Big plushies.
Clearly, she's trying to get now Bee angled up to be Tatiana's seeing eye pupper. Get you on a leash for support through the town.
Oh God, that she really will be
Yep.
bowled over.
Yep.
Too excitable for a seeing
Too
eye dog.
excitable big old popper. The Weed Wizard.
It's Gandalf.
Gandalf.
Yes,
I love my old classic Gandalf token.
As the party makes their way to the town square just outside of the Shepherd estate, you do see indeed most of the merchants are out and about, and there is a growing crowd of townsfolk and others you're not familiar with filling the square. You catch sight immediately of Mare Shepherd and her eldest daughter, Brother Zane and his mother, a strange wizard in a blue and green outfit, a familiar Mander from the other day, a woman with red hair and purple armor talking to a tremendous minotaur blacksmith, a centaur and a couple of elves and humans who are wearing druidic garb, and another elf who seems dressed as a ranger standing outside the home of the merchant lord Orhan.
Oh, neat.
There are large banners strung up between the houses. A couple of people are playing music already, and there is a pervasive smell of musky dragongrass in the air, largely being produced by the wizard. But many other people have smokables in hand, and you're pretty sure most of the things being sold as food items are probably edibles.
Probably. Also, my token on this page was incorrect.
Ugh.
I just manually changed it to be right. But
Oh,
it's
Admittedly, I
fine.
made this map a while
Wherever you
ago,
call.
so
Yeah,
Mine works.
mine did not, but it's fine.
Mine is incorrect.
well, don't worry. I'm sure you won't be fighting anything in the fucking town square, right?
Not on wood.
All right. Well, if we do, you'll have to just change the tokens out. Weirdly enough, it's only the HP that's wrong.
Weird.
Yeah, that was a thing that I noticed.
Does the flower seller here have flowers that are not edibles and also will just mask up the scent of dragon grass?
Yes, that is indeed what he's here for. He has a number of aromatic flowers that you can wear to help protect your poor little schnoz.
All right, how
The
much for
buttery
herself?
necklace.
I'm apparently terrible at flowers. You'll have to pick one for me.
Aren't you supposed to be a ranger, Foxy?
Yeah, I'm particularly good at like the survival and hunting and fishing and traversing aspects of being a ranger. I have not spent a particularly long time reading like horticultural libraries.
Tell her about a flower and she can find it. But
Oh yeah, heck yeah, with absolute incredible ease. I just don't happen to know
Find
what flower is
orchid.
what by
She
default.
points at the flower bins.
I pluck up an orchid immediately.
Well, fair dues then, I suppose. Roz will take out a copper and buy herself a flower. And
Sure.
put it in
In
her
fact, I
lapel.
will buy. Oh, I know. Ina's gonna buy 3 orchids. One for herself that is red, one that is pink, and one that is blue.
we will buy a flower for her and some for Tatiana.
Is it just like just flowers, or does he have like flower necklaces that we can just like get and buy?
He has flower necklaces for a silver.
Ooh,
All right, I'll
we
put
will
out
buy
silver for
two
a flower
flower
necklace.
necklaces.
Teddy will gasp and clap her hands when you present it to her. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. It smells lovely.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here.
Yeah.
I'll spend an extra silver for ones that have like Roz's hair color for her.
No. Roz
The
will.
fucking goddamn gardening nerd in me is just. I know a lot of fucking flowers that are purple and indigenous to regions like this. I'd be like, the character does the fucking fuck.
The worst feeling.
The mayor will greet Inah, as will Fiona. Elder Cat will say. Ah, Inah. And your friends, too. Good. I'm glad you're here to celebrate with us.
Yeah, we were gonna head out today, but it might wait until slightly later on in the afternoon after we've gotten a chance to get all good and sociable.
Fair enough. Say, your adventurers, young and upcoming, have you had a chance to meet with the Dracours yet?
No, can't say that I have yet.
I'll step down, turn you around, and point you over here. You want to
Oh,
go introduce yourselves. That's the daughter of the Imperial Treasury Ministry, and several heroes of Avara live with her over in the island.
I've heard some stories about their antics, and I guess they paid out well enough to get it. Either that, or it's super useful having an Imperial banker for a daddy.
Probably a little bit of both.
Makes sense.
Either
I
way, I'm
shall
sure
get
they can offer you some good advice as adventurers.
Heck yeah, I mean, certainly can't hurt to get some more.
And she will pick something up which Fiona will snatch away. Scarper. Mayor will huff and take out another small cigarette and hand it to you. This is the town's particular blend. Hope you enjoy.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
Give you a wink, then
Yeah,
go follow off after Elfu.
sure. And also, Elfu has been given an orchid. The pink one.
You're adorable.
And I'm gonna give Anna the blue one.
Oh, for me. Thank you. Didn't
You're
expect a
very welcome.
gift.
Least I could do for sharing interesting time.
Well, you and your friends are interesting people. I look
I
forward
think
to seeing what you're capable of.
Of course, yes. You and the mistress, she will air quote with her roach holding hand.
Anna will smile at that. Yes, yes.
Yeah, all right. Otherwise, that's my social energy spent for now.
Anna will reach up and give you an animal head pat.
Yeah.
At this point, Kiri and Arena probably arrive from a side passage. Yeah. Talanora, you can go over to the bookseller and look through the volumes. He's selling predominantly agricultural books and those that feature Dragongrass in some way or another. But as you are passing to his stall, you also notice the Kuni and family in the store over there through the window.
Ooh, I'll wave at them.
Kuni is not looking your direction, but you do see her husband, Zarian, who will give you an up nod.
I'm unsurprised. I am a little disappointed, but also unsurprised about the contents of the books. Oh well. I should have expected them to be about science today, anyway.
The
Don't have
bookseller will chuckle and say that if you want a more comprehensive inventory, you can ask with Master Vare inside. He has a quite expansive library.
Ooh, I will. I'm just going to say hi to Eskel. Are you're a half sibling, I guess?
Yes, one of the many Minotaurs born to a shot before the Mother's Glory Potion was invented.
I will go say hi. Or I will try. Well, I'll see if he's if they're if he's already in conversation with this person.
He is indeed currently in a conversation with a red-haired woman who seems human by all accounts, wearing purple armor with a great big sword slung over her back. They are deeply engaged in a conversation in Dwarven, which, of course, is the perfect and ideal language for haggling. She
It's a
seems to
language
be trying
I
to...
do not understand.
You know enough just from being around your family to figure that he's trying to haggle over the price of a particularly large sword. Woman will sort of turn as you brush past and give you a nod. She says something in Dwarven, then, seeing that you can't understand, will switch to Common. Hello there. You must be one of the Igniscalas as well, hmm?
Oh, yes.
Eskel mentioned
Sorry,
you
am
come
I...
in two flavors.
Yeah, we usually do. Sorry if I'm interrupting your conversation. I was just passing by. I wanted to say hi to my brother here.
Oh no, it's quite all right. He's as inflexible as the stone, it seems.
No, that makes sense.
Big Minotaur will huff, which flicks his nose ring. And you just don't know quality steel. Hello, Tally. How are you?
I'm going to give him a hug. I'm all right.
You get the opposite of the Kieran experience, where you are just squished against rock-hard muscle. Two enormous arms squeeze you tight until you hear something crack in your back.
Oof.
You're not as weak as you were before, though, are you? Starting to put on some strength.
I would, well, strength. I'm not so sure about muscles, but I am a
What's
bit better than I was
this? He
before.
will reach down and push a finger into your belly, and it just sinks up to a knuckle. Look at these abs. Your hair is tousled by a hand the size of your entire head. Well, how long have you been in town?
A week and a bit.
A week, and you never even came to say hello. Now
we
that's
got
just
up into
insulting.
I'm sorry. It's been very
You
busy.
better be.
We went on. I guess it was an adventure. We saved this lady out on the island, out from the island, from a bunch of water goblins. And after that, we explored some ruins that were down to the south that were in a swamp. It was really gross, very swampy. But the ruins were really cool. I wrote a paper on them.
So you went on an adventure and then wrote a paper on it.
Yes, I wrote an academic paper on the ruins.
Never
And
change,
all of-
Taeleer.
information
Never
found.
change. Say, are your friends geared up and ready for whatever's coming next then, if you're doing the whole mom and dad thing? I've got my
Well-
best kit out ready for show.
Well, well, maybe. I have a sword. I have my sword already. Although I was thinking of getting some armor. I've been practicing how to wear it and not, mess up my spells. But not. I don't think anything made of metal would be good for me. That'd be a bit much. I was
Solid
looking to maybe
metal,
get some
no,
leather armor.
but studded leather I do have.
Studded leather is expensive.
Well, yes, it's expensive, but it'll keep you alive.
It's 45 gold. I don't have that much.
Didn't you say you went on an adventure? Where's your lucre?
There
Aren't you
wasn't
supposed
any.
to be fabulously wealthy after one or two of those?
No. The first one didn't really pay. Well, it paid in. It paid in rent for the really, 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 really nice tavern we were staying at. I got to stay there for free. The ruins did have some stuff, but not actually a lot. Oh, and the bounties also didn't pay that much. No, I don't.
That's 45 silver. Remember?
Oh, silver. I was looking at the price in gold. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Oh, never mind. I can afford that just fine.
Math is hard.
For a second, I forgot that things were in silver and not in gold.
And besides, there might just be a family discount. This time. Though it might not be as good as it was, since you spent a whole week here without even saying hello. Huff.
I'm sorry. I just got so distracted with the adventures.
The adventures.
And then there was writing.
You
It's
know
just-
what Mom says. Never let the adventures stop you from family time.
I'll keep that in mind.
As you should. Alright, come here. Pull out a suit of studded leather for 35 silver. A steal.
Aw, thank you.
My pleasure. I think you're going to look good in this. Hold on a second.
I hope
take
it
it-
fits, though.
Yeah, he will take it back from you for a moment and back to his workshop and work on the stitching for a
Let
moment.
it out a bit.
Here, I'll just cinch the side up with some chain links. Yeah, that'll do. Just don't try and cinch it up all the way on the chest or you might break it.
Oh, I'd hate to break it. That'd be terrible.
Better that than your ribs.
That's true.
So, you going to be enjoying the puff festivities?
It was very sudden this holiday.
Yes, they're putting it together just now. Apparently there's some sort of star sign. I got everyone excited. Just happened a couple
that's what
days
they
ago.
said. Some big hero from Mom's Adventure Days is coming down or something, I think.
Maybe. I do know the Draculs are here. at least.
Yeah,
I was kind of
Tony's here.
hoping Mom and Dad would show up, but no luck there, it seems.
No, guess not.
Ah, well, with that many women pregnant up there, I suppose I can't blame her.
She's busy. She is a busy lady.
Busy sowing seeds. Speaking of which, you're an adventurer now. Have you laid your eyes on anyone?
Me? No. Never.
Never.
Well, maybe not never, but I don't really have any interest in anyone right now.
Well, you would change that. Adventuring only lasts a short little while. Then you have to settle down with a gigantic family. That apparently is how it always goes. Better find someone or you'll just end up spontaneously pregnant.
That wasn't happen. I'm pretty sure that won't happen. I'm pretty sure that can't happen.
I don't know. Our family does have a history.
Well, I guess I'll keep my eyes open. But I'm not really looking to settle down. There's so many adventures to have and lots of stories to write.
Yeah, neither was Mom, but settling down just sort of happened to her. So keep the eyes open and everything else shut, I guess. Yeah, speaking of which, he will lean over you and look southward. That is a beautiful woman. It's a shame
And
about her
who's
being
that?
so scrungy with money.
Do you know who that is? I've never met them before.
Oh, neither have I. Just wandered in for the festival, it looks like, but I took one look at her and realized she was serious business. You don't walk with that kind of confidence unless you know how to handle that blade.
My story senses are tingling.
I bet. Speaks the best dwarven I've ever heard, though, including from a bunch of dwarves. Must be from up north, near the Thanehold, I guess. But then again, what's a human doing up there?
Going on fantastic adventures, I think.
That I wouldn't doubt.
I think I have to go pick her brain.
Well, you do
Sure,
that. And, never mind. Have fun, Tally.
I will. And I promise to come visit more often.
You
Though
better.
I think we're going to be leaving town for a bit. There's this thing, and then I think we're going to escort our centaur friend to Avara. But I'll come say hi the next time I'm in town.
All right, you do that. Enjoy the festival.
I will. Try not to enjoy it too much. Smoking's not exactly my thing.
So, while Tally's heading that way, let's quickly snap up to where Aska has approached a large centaur druid in his pack. A particularly wiry, long-haired male tar seems to be the leader of the gang. Glance your way and give you an up nod. Greetings, little bunny. What circle are you from? Huh? I didn't know there were other clans around.
The Circle of Wildfire. It's not around here. It's more up near Illyria.
Wildfire? That's a new one. Strange. I didn't know they were sending out, what are you, a researcher?
More an explorer, I suppose.
Well, if you're interested in exploring, you came to the right place. Mountains and forests are largely unmapped around here, even now. Though I admit that's mostly how we like it. I am Konstantin Apvolskar. Sent spear into the circle of giants.
A pleasure then.
A pleasure, miss.
I had already introduced myself
Oh,
earlier. Can
did you?
like,
Oh,
yes.
so you did. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Aska. Especially a sister so far from home. You just here to enjoy the festivities, or are you on your way elsewhere?
Eventually elsewhere. But me and my companions are here for the day.
Good. Then, if you mean to enjoy the festivities, he'll reach into his saddlebag and produce a quite plump pouch and drop it into your hand.
No, that's quite all right. I don't partake of it.
You don't partake? Now, madam, you've insulted all the honor of this festival and the circle if you don't. This is the good stuff right there. Blessed by Master Szooth and Archdruidess Hedrah. You must come.
I understand that, but no, I don't like this stuff.
Have you ever even tried it? Come, this is a new breed. It'll take
I've
you
smelled
to incredible heights. Open your consciousness to the dreams and the stars.
I've smelt plenty others, and they disagree with me.
Ah, a shame. Well, we bought plenty of it, and give it to your friends, then. I assume you didn't come here all alone.
No,
Unless the whole circle of Wildfire also against a little smoke.
certainly not all of them are against it. It's just a personal preference of mine.
He'll roll his eyes. Very well. I would wish you enjoy the festivities, but if you mean not to do so, I will simply wish you a good day.
Very well. And I wish you all the best for the festivities, Custodin of the Giants.
Take out a tremendous doobie and light it up, as have his companions. As you take a step back, you can see Kieran has a bong and Irina has a beer and is encouraging him to experiment with this strange new device.
They really are getting
Fuck
along.
yeah.
Maybe Inah really will have like a little sibling at this rate. Here, take a bit of this.
Hmm. I, oh, did your druid friend get you this?
Yes, he gave it to me. It's a new breed, apparently, by the main, I guess, personification behind this, Szooth.
Oh, well, excellent. Oh, heck, sure. All right, I can have a second one of this. Yeah, she'll roll up a chunky blunt with it,
Mm-hmm. Here, you
and
too,
then pop
Zana.
behind her ear because she's still got the first one. She's not getting through it particularly quickly.
Yep, you too, Zana. If you're gonna try this stuff out, you might as well try it from what is arguably the best person for it.
Roswell make
I
grabby hands.
guess.
Yes, yes, you too, Roz.
You don't have to sound so disappointed.
I'm not.
You say that, but your voice says different.
Well, it's because there's a lot of smoke but no fire.
Roz will pointedly twist her tail around and light up some grass on the flame.
Freaking hell, look at Ross guy.
She is made of stern stuff indeed.
Fine, already is. I already knew she was going to be a lightweight and just get really, really fucking sleepy.
Your mom arrives. She has produced brownies from somewhere and hands you some.
Hmm.
Oh boy.
B has eaten at least 5 brownies.
All right. So are these brownies or air quotes brownies?
They are just brownies.
Oh,
She is here to feed your munchies.
Oh no! I told her to not let me snack too much.
Yes,
I
and
can't afford to get all caked up.
Look,
However-
it's fine. They will never notice it between the rest of us.
You know what? That's true.
yeah, she's just trying to help you fit in with your friends.
Hi.
Yeah. I know we'll definitely score for brownie.
Oh no. Bay failed her constitution check.
They're
She's gonna
so
be
good.
spacey and airheaded. Oh,
She's going to
Oh
space.
wait a second.
These brownies are so good.
I don't feel a shit. These animals ain't shit.
10 minutes later. Yeah, it turns out he
10
already
minutes
has
later,
some brownies
B-
by the time Marina
B
arrives.
is-
She goes, "Oh no, that wasn't the good batch." Uh-oh.
B is gonna be like 5 minutes later now. She's gonna be curled up in a corner, manually breathing.
No,
It's
she's gonna
okay.
go.
B'll just sit there completely mesmerized by the music.
It would have been hilarious instead. She get a fucking, she's get a, she just wrap around instead, like both fucking Gandhi. Instead of going to space, she comes straight back down to Earth and just write out this fucking perfect scientific, like thesis on a lot of fucking thing, quantum mechanics. And be like, wow, I don't know why I wrote this. This is weird stuff.
You remember you have to blink.
Quantum superpositioning and super string theories. Be like, what the fuck is this shit? Yeah, I think I passed with the 16 there.
Yes, if you roll double digits, you pass the first save.
Boy.
B is just dead to the world after a few minutes. Indeed, she was going to have to go sit down with Tetian and start manually breathing. And Inah has a severe case of the munchies.
Guess they're right. There really is that strong. Or they're just very much lightweights. One of the two.
The fucking come at me, bro statement. These edibles ain't shit. Bay 2 minutes later.
Arena, however, is going to try and set you and Anna up on a date.
Oh no!
Since, she feels she needs to return a favor here.
I see.
Look, she's clearly your type.
Exactly.
She is, but still, fuck.
Listen, mother knows best.
No. Anna is just completely incapable of defending herself socially today.
What a surprise.
Damn.
Mom very
Whoa.
persuasive, I guess. She just really, really wants to see me suddenly settle down with a hot dragon princess.
When you gonna give me grandbabies?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, look, if
No.
she can't convince you not to adventure, for her sake, maybe for your new wife's sake.
Joke's on you, she loves adventure.
After some browbeating and persuasive rhetoric from Arena. I know you're not really sure how it happens, but you're pretty sure you're having lunch with Anna today.
Oh, nice.
Anna is
gonna
not
put-
entirely sure how this happened either, but she seems amenable.
Yeah, I'll put the second blunt away instead of start smoking that, or I don't think I'll make it to lunchtime.
And on the other side of the town square, Talanora, you catch up with the red-haired knight as she is perusing some of the horticulture books. Will turn and incline her head. Done catching up with your brother already?
Yeah, for now.
And
You, well, you have a certain look about you, and you look like a very experienced individual. Like you've seen a lot of things and done a
you
lot of
could
stuff.
that, yes.
Have you gone on any fantastical adventures?
More than you can imagine, sweet little thing.
Ooh. Would you mind telling me about some of them?
That depends.
Depends on what.
Well, that depends on you, for starters. What is it you want to know about and why?
Well, I suppose I suppose I found myself to be an aspiring adventurer. But more than that, I just have a fascination with stories and tales from people who have gone on such things or have lived interesting lives. And I seek to write them down and perhaps use them as fuel for writing novels.
I'd prefer not to have my stories immortalized, but if you write fiction, I don't mind giving you a few bits and bobs that could inspire the mind.
Oh, I would love that.
All right, then. And tell me, how far have you traveled, miss?
My name is Talanora. Unfortunately, I'm not the most well-traveled person. I lived up in Igniferus with my folks, and I traveled down here to, I don't know, spread my wings, as they say.
Well, you and I weren't born all that far apart. Or at least raised.
Did
I
you come
used to
from
live...
Nevrak?
Not in Nebrak, but I'm from around there, you could say. And I've been all over these mountains. Although, Talanora, you said your name was? The same that
Yes.
took out that bandit lord.
Oh, yes, that was something we did. Well, it was more than a week ago, almost 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
The mayor mentioned you. She was quite proud of her little adventurelings. I don't know if you know
Aw.
this, but Lady Shepherd used to be quite the arcane knight.
I have heard that, yes.
But you were interested in my stories. I'm sure you're aware that the forest near Nevrak and Ignifes is full of fae. But it's full of more than that. It's full of terrible beasts, some of which aren't of this world. There are things that come through there from beyond.
They do say not to go into the forest, that people don't come back from there. It's a magical and dangerous place.
Indeed, there are very few people who can ford in there and hope to come back alive, especially without the Winter Queen's blessing. A few druids, some powerful adventurers. I used to range in there quite often, but when the beasts started coming in greater numbers, so too did I have to range in to dispose of them. There is a Vater who lives not all that far from where your folk keep their keep.
Vaders are like dryads, right?
Yeah, dryads are a type of Vater, as are naiads, oceanids, etc. The Vater is the overarching creature classification. And this particular one kept a very beautiful grove, right on the edge of the forest. Long ago, she used to be in communion with the Vulcanus, that old primordial of the plains, and she bears the red hair of his touch. Perhaps she is kin of his.
Oh, that's fairly cool.
It is, or fairly hot, perhaps. But her grove came under threat from beasts of purest winter not long ago, maybe 5 years. These shadows made of ice and snow were slowly building up a cage around her grove to seal her in, deprive her of sunlight. A terrible fate for a creature bound to a tree, to slowly
Why would they do
wither.
that? That
Because
seems
they
very
wanted
mean.
to capture her. Vater have the ability to hand out powerful blessings, but they are also inherently very magical. If you slay one, her heart can produce an artifact of unparalleled power. And these shadows had the intelligence to slowly wait her out, to starve her of her sunlight. But they did not expect an adventure to come and show them what for. I saw the igloo being built and came to investigate. They nearly got the drop on me, though. These creatures, they're impossible to see themselves. You can only spot them by the imprints of their feet in the snow once the blizzards start howling. They pushed me hard, but only once I realized that trick was I able to fight back. I brought out this sword, and she will half draw a tremendous purple greatsword off of her back. And you can see the artistry on it is truly magnificent. And when it touches the air, this blade catches fire and crackles, where she slides it back home. I think the only reason I'm alive is that I had the anathema to them, a blade of flame,
Oh.
and thus was able to push them back and melt the ice encasing the Vater, so that she could help me as well. She rewarded me richly for that, but unfortunately most of the shadows got away.
That's unfortunate.
'Tis. Let this be a lesson to you, child. There is only a certain height of power one person can achieve all by herself. Always travel with a party. Even monsters far weaker than you can overwhelm you with sheer numbers.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you very much for sharing that with me.
You're welcome.
Are you going to go back and see that Vader? And
Oh, perhaps. I go that way again in a few years or so, but these days I prefer to range out a bit further. It seems that beasts are growing more prevalent. It takes someone of my capabilities to slay them.
Well, I thank you for your time. I'd be happy to buy you a drink or something to eat in payment if you like.
I won't say no to a drink. This festival has a way of parching the throat. She will wave
Yeah,
her
it
hand in
is
front of
something
herself.
in the air, I think.
Nice. Nice. I like that all these beast hunters are just like the terrifying developing background plot.
Yeah, we just have the things from beyond just coming to invade the world. Nothing bad is happening, don't worry.
It's being worked on. I'm sure it's fine.
Relax.
As you are
It's
walking,
not our
Somebody's
fault.
into gape.
as you are walking towards the beer stall, the red-haired woman will say, "Oh, of course. I am Valia, Knight of the Orchid. And tell me, Talanora, you seem like you know your way around a sword, but are a bit soft. Are any of your friends the fighting sort?"
Let's see. Roswin's my friend Roswin is a Candor Knight warrior priest. Inah's a fighter. What was Inah again?
Ranger.
A
Ranger.
ranger. And she's an omnithist.
Is a ranger. Aska's a druid.
Pyromaniac druid.
No, Zana's a cleric. Beatrice is a fighter, right? Paladin. I think the only one would be Beatrice.
Are you sure? She seems just as soft as you.
Rosalind's all armored up and everything. Don't forget her.
Or maybe Roswin. One of the two. Well,
She
Beatrice is a
looks rock hard,
paladin.
at least.
I'm pretty. How strong is B?
B is a level 2 paladin and does not have as much strength as Roswin.
I'm 1 strength point behind Roswin.
Yeah, Roz is the buffest
Which
person
is
you
a
have
lot at
encountered.
this level, but
If you're looking for physical strength,
strong.
then if you're looking for like physical strength, then Roz would be the strongest one out of all of us. Then B. B is stronger than she looks.
And this Roswin's a salamander, too. Good, I might not
Yeah.
accidentally kill her with a sword. Valia will take the beer you buy her and chug it down with one long gulp that sends a little bit of it spilling down the sides of her cheek. Rub the back of a hand over her mouth. Well, let's see how strong you adventurers really are.
Wait, what?
She will walk this way, just pick Kieran up by the scruff of his neck, plop him over. He squirms and flails around. Greetings, adventurers. I'm Valia, Knight of the Orchid.
Kira's probably used to it. He's just another Leo Frick being manhandled by a giant redhead.
Yep, as God intended.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Nice. Yeah, hi there.
Hello. Your friend Talanora tells me you're adventurers. Skilled enough to
Yeah.
take out a bandit lord.
Yes, that's correct.
Amongst the whole of our party, of course. It's not like any one of us could have done it alone.
I guess.
Of course not. But still, it shows promise.
On second thought,
Oh,
I
well,
guess
thank you.
Arana would technically be the strongest in that case. But she's
Would
not
any
really
of
part
you
of
be
our group.
willing to cross blades with me?
Do you have a blade I can borrow? In which case, totally. Sure, why not? Bit of exercise doesn't hurt.
Sure. And tell you what. She looks you up and down. Are you sure you're not, you don't seem like the melee type?
I am. Well, honestly, actually, I don't even really need a sword. I'm perfectly fine. She will gesture at her fingies.
Alright, that just won't do. The woman will
Hmm?
unclasp the great sword off of her back, just plant it in its scabbard between the two of you. Here, use this.
I know, quirk a brow.
Go
Goodness me. Fine. Let's see if I can actually hold this thing properly. Nah, look, I've got claws, and I will show her my claws and make them wicked sharp.
I don't want to embarrass you, girl. Come on.
I think watching me try and use that greatsword would definitely embarrass me, but thank you.
You're determined.
Yep.
Take a few
And
steps
then
back this
Inah
way.
will bespirit up, and she grows Luscrufulon, and then you can see her claws and faggies grow. All right, ready when you are.
Let me just give her a side sword, because she might accidentally just kill you with her magic sword.
Yeah.
Unless you're going to specifically ask her to just go all out on you.
Please.
No,
do
I'm not going to ask her to go all out on me. I'm like a little bit stoned. I'm really not here to perish.
Good idea. All right. Throw an
We don't want
initiative
you
out.
having to
Let's see if you what the fuck?
Yeah, we don't want to have to see you like nearly die twice in back-to-back sessions.
That
The
would be unfortunate.
NPCs have a dex tiebreaker now.
Oh, that's cool.
Wild.
Handy.
I'm just gonna stand off here next to the side in case that one goes down, or if that one goes down, if possible.
The word amazing wishful thinking there. Yeah, all right. I know we'll fucking go for it. And you know what? Let's spend an inspo and make a good one of this.
Well, if you got sneak, that would be inspo.
It's a
Good.
ranger, not a rogue.
I'm a ranger, not a rogue.
Oh. Who the fuck's the rogue then?
The rogue is Kieran, and he's level 1. He will actually just die from her punching him.
He
Yeah.
will just die.
Okay, so I'm going to use advantage and Bonsai 18.
Yeah, that is a solid hit.
Excellent. And yeah, I will be using Hunter's Mark. So yeah, I whip out. I go in with that classic claw strike, and it's a solid amount of damage for a noodle like myself.
Noodle.
All right, yeah, she will take that damage. Dink.
Oh.
Bless.
Yep.
Let's see.
That's a lot of damage on that bucket.
Yeah.
She will watch you land this blow and takes a step back as you rake your claws across her. Fox does have claws, I'll admit.
Kasnicked.
That's enough to kill a Glashed, and, well, you will walk up and...
I cast shield.
Oh, we're using spells now, are we? I was gonna give you the Hunter's Mark, but come on now. Alright.
That one was the innate one. That just sort of happens when I'm about to get clocked in the noggin. Woo! That third one definitely cuts.
That's only a 2 on the damage dice.
Really?
I mean, she is just using a little short sword after all.
Oh, I know, but like, that's still only a 2.
Only a short sword.
Yeah, I mean, look, she could be doing this.
Yeah, no. That's a really cool weapon.
Whoa.
I dig it. Alright, and yeah. PI! Fucking another pretty reasonable attack roll from me.
That one, she will just step back and catch on her sword and twist you aside.
Hap!
Oh.
A good try, but you'll need to put your back into it if you want to get through plate armor. Spin the sword around again. Alright, well, if you're going for spells...
Uh-oh.
I brace.
Let's see. Oh, change this. She will put her hand on her sword and just pull it an inch out of its scabbard, and you feel something in the air just twist around you.
Blur. It drops me.
She will step in and catch you just before you fall, and give you one little boop of Paladin lay on hands. Keep
Ah.
you from going
Oh.
out. Whoa, easy there.
Now that is an interesting thing.
Isn't it
Either that
just?
or this weed was smoker than I strong it was.
Still, you impressed me well enough. I didn't expect
Oh.
claws to get through my armor.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, they helped with the whole bandit thing. Otherwise, I use a bow pretty much all the time. Which also, she pats her. It's a toned arm, but when she does the flex, there isn't really like bicep pull up at all. It's just lean and whipcordy.
Uh-huh. And do you even have a melee weapon?
She gestures at the fingies.
Laya will just flip the sword in her hand and offer it to you pommel first. Here.
Oh, well, I mean, thank you very much. I shall treasure it indeed.
When you take it, you see that there is it's a mundane short sword as far as such things go, but it is of excellent make, and there is a small little orchid mark on the blade just above the crossguard.
Is this a religious or like a noblesse thing here? Sort of
Neither.
gesture of the little orchid
My
symbol.
personal heraldry.
Oh, sweet. I
A fitting
think the
gift for
closest thing
someone
I
who
have.
could stand against me with bare fists. That's never happened
Shucks.
before.
I appreciate the kind words. And Nina will beam, and her big ol' hemkin tails will do a wiggle woo. So, shall I have this?
Step back. Anyone else feel like they can land a blow on a Knight of the Orchid? Come now, adventurers. Where's your valor?
Ooh.
Well, I can always give it a shot, I suppose.
Roz. She's a jacked Manda.
Are you sure, Bunny Rabbit? You don't look much the fighting type.
I'm not. But if it's only a hit, I suppose I can try and land one. Better to have tried and failed than to have never tried at all, isn't it?
That's the spirit. All right, then. She'll plant her feet, and now deprived of short sword, she will just crack her knuckles.
Alright, I guess you want initiative?
Yeah, I'll take an initiative out of you.
15.1.
All right. Let's see. She had a 16, so she will go first.
Mm-hmm.
She will just take a step forward and dodge. Come on, then. Show me your best shot.
Okay. Well, I suppose I'll use inspiration and make it just a regular attack.
All right.
Primal Flame Savagery. Ah, what a shame.
Just rakes across her chest plate. She will lean back so you can't really even scratch it. Never seen that before. Suppose I
An
should have
invention,
expected.
an invention of my own.
I'd suggest not trying that again. You're not going to get very far. She will rap her knuckles on her breastplate. Resists fire. But we'll see if you last long enough for it to matter. Clench, bunny rabbit. Boom!
Oh,
I'm still standing.
Ooh.
Wait, 2d8 from
Yes.
the punch?
Yeah, that punch hit much harder than it had any right to. You just sag back under the impact, and you feel it all the way to your toes and fingertips. Huh. You're still standing after that. Color me surprised.
Yep.
No, not by much. Alright. She will adjust her massive gauntlets on her armor. Crack. Try it again, then. I'll go easy on you. Just the one. Wouldn't want to kill you.
Yeah. Let's see here. Well, you know what? We'll just try another Primal Flame Side Race. Only land a hit. Ah, only had advantage.
Okay. Nope.
Well, I can see where I'm beat.
Do you yield, then?
Yes, I will yield. Better than being knocked out to the ground.
It's a wise adventurer that knows when they're beat and knows when to retreat. You'd be surprised how few of you don't. You'll reach
I
up
would
and
not
give
be
your ears a
surprised.
rub. Alright, Salamander. Looks like you're next. Yeah, let's see what you've got. Roz will pull the hammer off her back. Holy shit, she goes before fucking Valia. Alright. Let's throw a smite on the old hammer for good measure. And go in a swinging. Actually, you know what? No, instead of a smite, because she's already said she's resistant to fire, let's throw on a Shield of Faith. Get a massive 20 AC. Surely this will save you.
Fucking well could.
It
Yeah,
very much could, yeah.
It could indeed. Not with that kind of numbers.
Wow, that's a triple 10.
Yep. Sometimes numbies is just cause. Valia will take a step back, and she will catch the very end of Roz's hammer with her foot before it impacts the stone of the town square. Push it back up before it can do any damage. Whoa, easy there. Don't get overexcited. Alright, but you're a salamander. You can probably survive this. She will draw the greatsword from her back. And bonk. By the grace of
Twice.
flame resistance, 1 hit point. The stone under Roz crunches slightly as the blow lands and cleaves into her armor. But the salamander remains standing. Barely. Alright, I've got to get a hit in. Wait. Scary plate armor. Or irresistible damage.
I mean, gotta save for half at least.
I mean, shit. God, I respect the game there.
Roz thrusts her hand up and a blast of radiant light slams into Valia from on high. The knightess grits her teeth. Oh, so you can do that, huh? I thought you were a paladin, not a cleric, but alright. I don't want to kill you, so... She will just flip the great sword in her hand so that she's holding it by the blade, and... Roz fucking ducks to the side.
oh,
Oh no, she holds it by the hand and then just fucking grabs the hand. What the hell?
You know what? Yeah, it's fucking her sword now.
Whoa, shit.
Yeah, okay,
Oh,
she gets an
shit.
oppie.
With the heliotrope.
Yeah, alright, I'm just gonna use her Smith's Hammer button. Plus a bunch. Oh, no.
Oh, damn it.
Wah, wah.
It's okay, she has her turn now. Try again! Oh, no!
Oh,
Ross!
hands it back. Hands it back.
Wow.
My poor girl.
No, she still got it.
Okay.
It's just... Roz teeters on her feet. Valia just fucking misses the
misses?
punch.
God, that punch does so much damage.
Just slams off of Roswin's Shield of Faith, sends the salamander teetering back. Oh no, this is the fight I was
Oh.
expecting. Here we go. Come out with everything you've got, Salamander. You're not going to get another chance. Okay, you insist. Roz is going to forgo making a weapon attack since she would have disadvantage and go for a spell.
Makes sense.
She grabs you by the crotch and
Oh.
squeezes.
Wow.
The Nitess wobbles on her feet. Oh, all right. So be it.
God.
I was about to say, I was about to pull
that
out a
is
towel and throw
crunch.
it before it was too late. Donk.
Conk. Oh,
This time Valia does not attempt to catch. She just, like, flicks her fingers out as Roz's face collapses in on itself.
I would try and catch.
There we go.
Back to almost full.
Yeah.
Well done, Salamander. A dirty trick at the end, but when desperation pushes, I can respect it. Well then, Valia will sheathe her sword on her back and give Roz a hand back to her feet.
Same, Miss Valia, do you know the orc lady who goes by Mistress then? Apparently she's been hunting like great nasty beasties of darkness in the middle of the swamps.
That's not where I would expect orc named Mistress to have been going, but no, I can't say I do.
Huh, well, if she's still hanging around the tavern, very much similar hard-ass vibes to yourself. Albeit not nearly so socially graceful as you are.
We return back to the orc point, but interesting. I hadn't known there were other hunters of the dark beasts. It makes sense, though.
Oh, and Zana over there. And she would gesture at beautiful salamander.
I will turn to look, quirk an eyebrow.
Immediately get hit for 2d10 by gay.
Really? She's a hunter of beasts.
Mm-hmm.
Strange enough. I suppose after the conclave I shouldn't be surprised. Speaking of which, Valia will take from her pocket a small gemstone and present it to Roz. Here. A token for a job well done. Oh, thanks, I guess? Wow, that's a whole ruby. Don't spend it all in one place. Well, I suppose I should make introductions unless anyone else fancies a go.
I think we're running out of people who are up
B,
for
B
concussions.
is in no,
No, B
position
is
to
B is in a
attempt.
conversation with the stars right now.
She would totally try, but she doesn't. She would not have the first idea where
She is.
where the the magic colors begin, or the magic colors end, and the fight begins.
What's gonna say before she walked off? Well, sanity is the fuck up. And whip out a mace. Yeah.
Oh. You look familiar, Goat. Do I know one of your parents, perhaps?
Just... I don't know. Have you met a lot of fawns?
Not fawns, but I know a fair share of humans. Shaw in your bloodline, perhaps? You're Alex's child, aren't you?
It just makes a hand motion like stop, like just like cut, like the throat stop, like stop. Yes.
All right. Want to be incognito? That's fine. Gods know I've gone in the shadows once or twice myself. All right. Well, I know you have a strong lineage, at least, so I won't hold back. Let's see if you live up to your father's legacy. She will draw heliotrope off of her back.
I'm just going to put up a fancy ring of dancing lights just to make things look cool.
Oh yes, pay fucking attention to this shit.
The entire town is watching at this point.
Yeah, there's no way they weren't already watching when heliotrope started getting swung around in the previous fight.
Yeah,
good luck.
Ginger with a flaming sword has just disassembled a whole party of adventurers. Everyone's looking.
Okay.
Don't get crit. Good luck.
Okay. Well, I could. Yeah, this is gonna suck ass. So let's see. I will use my inspiration, and she will just run up and.
You need to roll initiative first, because she might get to go before you.
Oh yeah. I forgot that part.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm screwed. Well,
Bonk.
Bonk.
That's 15 and 8. Yeah, I'm done. I got 17 hit points, but not enough for that.
She pulls the blow at the last minute when she realizes she's just about to cut your head open. Oh, you really are just a child. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go.
That doesn't mean anything to me, I suppose, but fair enough.
No, she just bleated from being woken up.
Valia will give you the warrior hand pull up, and she will dump 15 lay on hands into you. Easy does it.
Yeah.
I feel bad about that.
Okay.
My apologies.
Oh yeah, ow.
I've crossed blades with your father once or twice, if he is who I think he is. I expected you to be made of sterner stuff.
Well, I am rather... I'm actually quite sturdy, but just rummage around in her fucking in her cleric stuff in the armor, and just gets out one of the small cards, small pieces of parchment with something written on it, and just shows it to her. And it's in common, and it says, "If you know my parents, either mom or dad, yes, my dad is a Shaw. Yes, my mom is Frida. Please don't say my last name out loud, or her name out loud."
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that second name, but yes, all right, fair enough. I understand being distant from your parentage, believe me.
Okay.
I wouldn't
And
know how that works.
yes, Inah, I did in fact do just that. Was a memorable fight.
Sweet.
Especially in the context, it was probably ill-advised for both of us, but you'd be surprised how instantaneously that second answer just triggers some sort of inner barbaric rage deep inside his heart.
It makes him unleash all of his tunnel fighter. You're like, no! How do I approach the thunder-stepping halberd man?
I mean, I still took him down, but he did prove a remarkably doughty foe.
Isn't he also... He must have been like 80.
She shrugs.
For grandpa.
Because, well, that bloodline and its progenitor is not a fucking pushover, no matter what age.
Yes, indeed. You are heir to a remarkable man. Oh, don't tell me you're trying to go
Yeah,
have a go, Talanora.
Well, if everyone else is going to do it, except for Bee, because Bee's in the clouds.
Everyone turns around and Bee's just like trying to fucking to introduce herself to the universe.
Alright, alright. She cricks her neck from side to side. Inah, let me borrow that sword again. I don't want to accidentally kill the wizard.
That's a good point. Yeah, she'll slide that back out.
Somehow the
Alright.
sword does less than her knuckles.
It does.
and they should create.
I think the short sword crit just barely doesn't kill Tally.
I was just telling her
Well,
to
it's a
draw out her
D6.
sword and we'll begin blade singing.
Oh, I haven't seen this fighting style since... I probably shouldn't talk about that. Wait, actually. We'll glance at Arena. Wait, is that the Inah? Oh, I met your mother. Other mother.
Ah. Yeah.
Now it's all starting to
Nice.
come together.
Suddenly looks over this party. Wait a fucking minute. She realizes she can see the future of a level 2 party right now.
Pretty much. Alright, Bladesinger. I haven't had the chance to cross blades with one of your style yet. I have adventured one before, so come at me. Swing her short sword into a backhanded grip and brace for it. Roll initiative. Oh, you go first.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Talanora, attack! I don't have a let's see, Green Flame Blade doesn't do anything at this level for a single target, so I'm just gonna...
No, you
Nope.
could just light
It
the
sure
house on
doesn't.
fire instead.
No, that would be really rude of me. Oh, wait,
shit.
Fucking hell, you got a hit!
I forgot to take on Duelist. That's actually 10.
Wow.
Sick!
Sick.
Get stabbed! Holy shit!
Everyone out here just like fucking shocked. You what?
Well, perhaps I underestimated you. Alright. Well, let's see if that dancing fighting style holds up with a body like that. She will go in with the side sword. Ching. And miss.
Holy shit,
You
it's all
dodged.
Miss. Hang on.
I don't think you can shield
There's,
that.
I don't think
cannot.
No
there's,
way.
yeah, no way.
You need a base 20 AC.
Oh.
You can shield that one, though.
I will. Let's see. How much? Yes, I will have to shield for that one.
Yeah. Can you be the person to get 2 hits?
Maybe.
You're already better than me. You got 1 hit in it at least.
You got a solid ass fucking hit.
Let's see. So
Yeah.
that was That's
Wait,
one
well.
spell slot down.
Ooh, even for damage.
And Roz currently has the record for 2 hits, technically.
Hits, yeah.
Yes, she
See if
does.
you can
She
live
never
long enough
rolled
for
a
3.
hit. Oh yeah, she did.
Dink.
Actually.
Hey, she still did damage.
True.
She parries you. Need to work on the backswing a little bit.
I feel like if it's just for duelists, you should just nest the +2
Oh.
in there.
Oh!
I'm going.
Oh.
Hang on. No.
Oh no! Silvery barbs!
Ho
Alright, she re-rolls.
Well, her rerol's
can
already
you-
in there. It's a 12, isn't it?
No, we're not gonna... Because that way you could tactically use it, because you'd already know
Yeah,
what
we
they
don't
would
wanna-
already
yeah,
roll,
fair
so
enough,
no,
fair
I'm
enough.
not gonna let you just flip them. Right, however, I think that still drops you.
That I can't. That's one. I can't shield that.
I mean, you don't even have a reaction
I
to
don't even
shield
have
it
a
anyway.
reaction yet. Oof.
An interesting trick. I haven't seen that spell before. Well, not used on me anyway. She will look over her shoulder at Kieran.
Darn it.
Well done, though. That was a resounding hit for a wizard to land. I wasn't expecting you to go at me with a sword. I was anticipating magic missiles. That would have been a cheap and easy way to get me.
That would have. I mean, I guess yeah, but that would have been against the spirit of this fight that everyone's been doing.
Honorable to a fault. I like it. Well. And tell you what, a wizard, are you? She will pat herself down a moment. Let's see, what do I have for you? Ah. She will withdraw from a pouch a scroll case and hand it to you.
Really? For me?
For
sure?
you. Oh, yes.
Oh. Well, thank you very much.
You're most welcome. After all, it takes brave souls to clash swords with me, especially after having seen what I can do, and yet each of you stood to me one after the other. Well done.
It was a lot of fun.
I'm glad. The feeling is mutual. And let's see. Put this spell in a handout for you because it's not there yet, apparently. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do.
Oh, you're making a Beatrice trying to make a mouth harp?
Yeah,
Jaw harp.
attempting.
Yeah, okay. So when you, yeah, no, when I saw that you're writing that, instantly thought it's in VCT.
Back music. God, jaw harp looks like it fucking aches like an absolute bitch.
They tend to bad because of the vibration cause damage to the teeth.
Hmm.
Well, that's different from the ones I used to have.
Oh, it is a fucking
Yeah, that's already one in the handout, Savin.
herby fucking derp. I'm just blind. Okay, fair enough, I guess. There, try that one.
I see. Every list but the druid.
Not every list, but yeah, it's not a druid spell.
It's not on the
Sandra's dagger.
not on the paladin list either,
Yeah.
or the cleric
Fuck.
list.
You
Yeah,
guys
fuck
have
you,
spiritual
Blair.
weapon. You don't need that. Just don't need that. It's a rare spell. Rarely seen these days. Enjoy.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll treasure it.
Ooh, she uses that for slicing up apples and peeling them.
Yes, you would know that, wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Unless there are any other comers. I actually have wounds to patch up. Well done.
Ooh, I've only got like a little bit more healy juice. I would throw more at you, but I don't like having completely no casts of healing words left.
I can lay on hands myself.
Okie dokie.
But thank you for the diversion, and more entertaining than Dragongrass, anyway. She will
I mean,
incline her
Uh-huh.
head to the group
Yeah.
of you, give Arena a pat between the ears, and go have a sit down.
well done, Tally.
Yes, I think I did fairly well, except for the end. I was hoping to get one more hit in, but I didn't quite dodge that last attack.
Hey, it was totally worth it for her to just be so surprised.
I mean, at least you
Yeah,
got hit
you
in.
did great.
Better than a lot of us.
That was awesome, Tally.
that's
Your brother will come and give you a hug.
Uh,
That's a new type of swordsmanship. That's pretty impressive.
oh, shucks.
Kind of reminds me of Dad, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah. He was always good with a rapier and a bit of spell work. Not quite that graceful, but you know.
It wasn't exactly the easiest to learn. I'm so tall and so wide, but it took a bit of time to get the balance right.
Well, it
It looks
really
great.
worked for you.
For sure. Hey, don't worry, Zana. I think a lot of us only did particularly well because we got that first swing in. You and Aska had a harder time getting that attack off.
Yeah. There, she just hit me with the whole ass sword as well.
Oh,
Damn.
yeah, no, yeah. I feel like I got it easiest.
I just couldn't manage to actually land the blow after 2 tries.
Just means more practice. If you excuse me, I apparently am taking the lovely salamander out to lunch.
Oh, you're going out on a date? That's nice.
It is. I still don't know how it happened.
Your mom will come give you a big hug from behind. Have fun, dear.
Good for you.
Thanks, and I will stage whisper loud enough for everyone else to hear. And you have fun with Kieran. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
She just smiles. Kieran turns into a bit of a tomato. Roz will take a step in. Ooh, Kieran. Shut up. Fucking orc. Be quiet. No one asked you.
That is so good for you.
They just looks at him and like, what's wrong with orcs?
Nothing. But shut up. We'll go over, rub Kieran's ears. There's nothing to be ashamed of. You're a grown man. Yeah, but also it's kind of doesn't need to be broadcast everywhere. Maybe, I don't know. Was kind of hoping to just keep it between us. If I know Inah, there's no keeping anything secret. Not for long. So, best own up to it.
She does tend to broadcast.
Arena nods sagely.
Ina pulls out a gigantic one of those marching banners with a little trumpet that just says subtle across it. Do, 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 do.
And so, just as Inah is heading over to Anna and getting ready to have a lunch, there comes a shadow falling across the settlement. At first you think it might just be a cloud, but it's moving far too quickly and far too large. Far, far too large. The world blackens for a moment, and you all look up to see a titanic, draconic shape hurtling high above. And it has something clutched in its claws, and then releases it as it banks off toward the mountains. And this something plummets towards the settlement, just as you can blink, and then explodes high in the air.
I would like to put a cloth to my mouth and nose so that I don't just start breathing this stuff in.
Smart. Would anyone else like to prepare themselves?
Well,
What's going on?
An airburst gas explosive has just gone off over the town.
Oh,
Hmm.
Dropped by a dragon.
yeah, remember what I said that they're gonna, like smoke screen hotbox the town? Well, guess what just happened?
None of my spells really have the range to, but nope, can't just try and ignite that stuff in the air and make it so it doesn't.
That will
That's-
kill everyone in
Triple
town except
bomb.
Valia.
That's also a good point. That's a good point.
The mother of all bongs.
Yes,
So this gas cloud hits the town. Some people look up and quickly go for hankies. The druids and a few others just open their arms to embrace what's coming. Those of you who wish to put something over your mouth can make this save with advantage, but everyone needs to make a con save.
All right, Aska, don't fail me now. All right.
Valia just puts a hanky to her mouth and crits.
wow.
Kieran. Oh boy.
Oh no, Mom's gonna fucking rock his world now.
Oh boy. Let's see. Oh boy.
Zana's
Oh,
Zana's
boy.
fucking racial nature is like, oh shit, little goat. It's party time.
Yeah.
Viona strong. Everybody else I just rolled for fucking fails. Zarin is just going to go inside and close the door. Click.
Smart.
And then the whole town got fucking super high. That's true.
Woo!
Zana, you do in fact party hard. Oh yeah, and Anna.
That's such a great ratio.
I'm happy with it. Let's see, what's your con be? Let's see. Okay, she's alright. So the DC for this is 15, so
B
Not a lot of
doesn't get
passes.
worse.
Not all. He doesn't get worse, but I think everybody except Zana, Anna, Valia, Viona is a little high at this point. What did Aska get? 13. Yeah.
Above
17?
15. Yeah, I'm good.
Oh yeah, 17. Yeah, you're fine. Right. Oh, Arena, of course.
Come on. You need to pass just so that you, yes, can destroy Karen.
She hasn't. Oh, there it is.
Woo.
All right. So everyone who doesn't have a green dot is fucking McHigh.
Mackay is a Mackite.
Woo.
I know you failed your previous save. You're also high, just not. You didn't get any
Just not-
worse.
Yeah. I had a joint. I'm not like ripped off my fucking gourd.
Yeah. Yeah, this is an intensely musky smell, deep earthy. And those of you who don't have a green dot, whether you failed the previous save or this one, the whole world seems bright and vibrant and colorful and wonderful and inviting, and you can taste colors and smell the air and all the wonderful sounds in it.
Wow.
Whoa.
So in other words,
This is
You
just as
are
good as that other festival.
indeed, in other words, you're a normal person that doesn't have anxiety.
Wow. Hey, wait a
Oof.
second. We didn't deserve that. Roz sort of teeters on the spot. Oh yeah, I'm great. I'm great. I'm gonna sit down. It sort of slumps onto the ground and takes that travel beer and just starts chugging. Oh. Kieran wobbles until Arena just catches the back of his head and pushes him into titty hell. Alright, let's get
Oh,
back
no.
to the room. It's enough fun
Just
for
looks
one
at
day.
everyone else. Well, I think they'll be out for it.
Hmm. I'm just gonna stay over here and watch over her.
Watch over both, or I got so I can take Yana and they watch over them.
I can watch over both of them if you want to leave Tally to me, or
Yeah, but
both of them.
Yeah, you got Ross and Nora. I'll take Faye and Yana.
Sure.
Oh,
And
Karen.
well, it's
Hi,
time to buy.
Zana.
I'm buying some baked goods. It's munchy time.
Nom nom.
Because I know how people are, and these two specifically, I spent 4 silver on baked goods. And is the fishmonger smoked stuff or
Yes.
just the fresh fish?
It is cooked fish today since he expected everyone to have munchies.
Excellent. I grew up by some of that too.
Yeah, it's good.
And then I see meat merchant and be like, I need meat.
Anna is going to order a big plate of sausages from the meat merchant, get some fish sticks, treat Inah to a lovely time.
Aww. Well, then she gets the full scale brushy treatment afterwards.
Fuck yes. She's into it. She will,
I mean,
in
who
fact,
isn't?
blushingly admit that no one's ever done this for her before.
Aww.
It's
And
strangely
I am.
intimate.
Aww. Seems like the absolute comfiest thing to do. It's like getting a brushie when you're all fluff. She will gesture at her big old head contentals.
Well, when you're going to put it like that, then you get picked up, put in Mandralap, and brushed down while you brush the scales.
That's
Mutual
bliss right
brush.
there. Yeah, that's so gay.
Mutually assured brushing.
Yep. Mother of all brushes.
Valia will come over and ask if you wouldn't mind brushing her hair out. 'Cause that looks really, really nice.
Yeah. Sure.
She is very abashed about it, but also the sheer level of gay coming off of this is too much to pass up on.
Heck yeah.
She'll, like, sit backwards on a chair with her hair flowing down her back all the way to her hips and let you just go to town. And Anna, too.
Heck yeah. You know what? Is it like quite long and thick then?
Yes, she has just luxurious locks.
Oh, then Inah will pull out like the full like horse brush and conditioner. Give
Oh
her the good job. Give her some tail and mane.
Oh my.
Get them locks glossy. Yeah, that's all. That's easily enough to make sure that you get a stoned foxo in bliss.
Yeah. Also, damn, you guys did enough damage that she couldn't lay hands on herself back to full.
Dang.
Nice.
Unsurprised, or rather, very surprising.
Heck yeah. So yeah, I suppose I should also just top myself. Oh, guy, look, it just gay brushing. It just really fucking just sets a day off right.
Just maximum brush. Yeah, Bia's trying to explain something to Yana, but like you're showing her the cool textured rock, and she's just like,
rock.
I can't see. But also, she's seeing colors right now. All right.
No.
Fucking you both ghosting each other
I
out like
feel
crazy. See it with your mind fingers.
Yeah, Bia is trying to communicate. No, feel the rock, but Teddy just cannot find the rock. She's just like
You're supposed to
wobbling
try
her
and
hands
finger
everywhere.
see.
I think I just guide and use my goat hands, my magical goat hands, and guide Bia and Tatiana's hands together.
Gay.
Yeah.
Fingies touch.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm doing this. Well, then you're saying this is gay. Well, this fucking
Look,
shit
no,
is
hold
going
on.
in the north. They're fucking
They may be brushing each other's hair, but they just held hands for a second, alright? That's the gayest thing you can possibly do.
Sure.
oh man, it's just
Aska, you
designated goater.
Aska, you say that they can lean on you. Roz just kind of slumps over onto you, and she's weighs a bajillion pounds, and you have no strength. You just get squidged onto the sidewalk. Splop.
Squash.
I mean, I have 11 strength.
It's
not enough, but I have 11
No.
strength.
Neither of you have
you're
sufficient
weak.
strength to support Roz if she just goes to limp, which she does.
Oh, well, I was suggesting for a lap pillow, but this works too, I suppose.
Oh, and then Tally is like, "Oh, we're doing a buddy pile."
Oh
Monk
no!
on top is like, "Oh god."
Aska just pops like a cherry.
Friend pile.
Oh no!
Bloop.
That's uncomfortable for Roz, and Aska just dies. Although, to be fair, if you're ever going to die, that is how you should want to
That's
go out.
a choice way
Just
to go.
crushed to death under an Amazon and a gigantic BBW. Fuck yeah.
Look, this is the land of BBWs over here.
Yep. This is giant women's are us.
And this is how Aska was put to the fucking wheelchair because she had half body crap. Now you can get the fucking. Now you can get the combat wheelchair for druids. Remember?
You just get turned into the mayor bunny from the other game.
No. Don't you remember the fucking combat wheelchair that
Oh,
had?
I remember,
like,
and choose to ignore it.
Yes, let's ignore that thing exists.
Oh Lord. So yeah, I don't think you guys are in any condition to go adventuring today.
No.
Yeah, half
It's
of you are just
already an
wits.
adventure.
Yeah, you're having the adventure of try to get home.
What it's like being a student again.
Zana's gonna have a time trying to get Tatiana and Beatrice back. Aska as well for Roz and Nora. Luckily, Inah.
Aska will have a fucking.
Yeah, Aska's gonna struggle with that, but good luck.
Yeah, no, this is I'm not leaving here until these two sleep it off a bit, I guess.
Inah at least has two very large, strong women who are completely fine.
Heck yeah.
When all is said and done, Anna will just pick you up, toss you over her shoulder, and take you back to the inn.
Oh, yay.
Yay. So, good news, Inah. You make it back home safe and sound, and Anna will get you to your room and give you a hug goodbye.
No.
The bad news is when you get inside, you realize that your bedroom is next to the Imperial Suite, and you can hear the walls just thump, 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 thump.
All right, this is not a kink. I think I'm all right. It's just sits there vaguely stoned and ponders. No, I think I'm okay.
You avoid acquiring a tip of mommy issues. Excellent.
You avoid acquiring a Kalira kink here. Wait, is it Kalira?
Yeah, the Kali,
I
the
think it's
Kali
Kalira.
kink. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Kali is the kink queen. She like to watch.
Oh no.
Yes.
Well,
Come on, Kieran.
It's session 4, Kieran. Don't do this.
Come on, buddy.
Okay.
ah,
Damn
We're good.
it.
Ah,
Ah.
He nuts on her thighs.
Damn, and she was flowering for it tonight.
For real. Especially since she normally has a -2 for being a fae, so she needs to roll a 19 or a 20.
Yep.
for real, for real.
And yeah, the party can enjoy the aftermath of the Weed Festival. Those of you who aren't too stoned to go on can enjoy music and dancing that night if you so desire. But those of you who are already super stoned should probably take it easy.
Yeah, I'm going to be spending quite a few hours doing the whole, donut. What's it called? Donut on a string on a fishing pole in front of people, just to in front of Faye and Jana to just
good
get
name.
them walking.
Excellent.
Woo.
I think I'm gonna have to house the salamander in my room tonight. I don't think it's a good idea to try and put her on a boat back to her island.
I'm fine. Don't be a pussy. I can get home fine.
No.
Yes.
Nope. I insist. I'm not having you fall out of the boat and drown on your way back home.
You're not my mom. I can just, She just trails off into wordlessness, chewing on a brownie. And yeah, you can just take the stoners back to your room. The Mander will sprawl. Oh. So the good news is, those of you who did get supremely stoned wake up the next day feeling fucking amazing. The best you've ever felt.
Ah,
Ah,
incredible.
Tomorrow you wake up with an extra hit die.
I don't remember anything after that duel, but I think the day went great.
I remember everything. It was super shiny and there was stars.
I am feeling a very soft and glassy.
Well, I had a good time.
Hey, glad to hear it. I'm surprised how refreshed I am. Oh, maybe I shouldn't be if it's some Master Alchemist's Ultra Dragon Haze.
Thanks for getting us home, Zana.
Yeah, I had to think up how to actually get you going in the first place, but after once you got going, well, I could have said roll. I was about to say rolling. It was really fucking easy.
Good.
The only thing that was issues, Jeff, was trying to get you just make your thumb towards the entrance, just having you both understand the concept of walking on stairs.
Yeah. It's kind of tough
Because
when the stairs all look so smooth.
well, it's the fact that you were in absolute wonder about, the steps there, and you told Tatiana all about it. And she was also enraptured by your tales of the odd concept of stairs. Steps.
Oh, gosh, I kind of talk a lot when I'm out of it.
Well, you were really, well, it was a very fascinating thing and for you, so you talked about it, and she was really fascinated about you being fascinated. So she listened, and then she talked with you. So
Blushy, blushy.
just shrugs. But at least managed to get you in here at least. I had to literally bribe you both, which donuts, sausages, and drink. But don't worry, you're all good. You're all good, safe and sound. Actually, you look pretty well for, well,
Being
being
a bunch of
sky
stony
high as
balonies.
Yeah,
That's
sorry I
a
almost
good.
squished you, Aska. I
Oh,
don't know
that's
what came over
fine.
me.
I think it was weed.
I think it was a giant weed bomb.
Well, yeah, but still. That was
Well,
unbecoming.
we know
My
what came over
apologies.
Aska.
Nah, it's fine. I didn't mind
You
it.
know what came over Aska at least? It was sure as hell you.
Yeah, well,
Ina steeples her fingers when mention of coming all over someone comes up. Just ponders. Uh-huh.
what are you all smiling about?
Oh, no. Don't worry about it.
Besides,
I
anytime, man.
had a lovely date. It was totally sweet.
Aw. Who was the lucky lady? I think I passed out.
Just gonna nod towards the booth where Anna's sitting.
Oh, you finally dipped your toes in the mistress.
No.
Oh, the salamander.
hmm Apparently I was like her
Wow,
first ever date.
I don't sound so disappointed about it.
Yeah, it was like, oh, it's just salamander. It was like, wow, that's
It was
jealous or
there was
what?
very chaste. There was no dipping of anything into anything.
Besides, if anyone's gonna be in with the mistress, I don't like saying that. It'd probably be Tally here.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yes, I'm going to get those stories out of that lady one day. Once I've
Mhm.
proven. So many adventures. That one lady from yesterday was also a hunter or something, I think. She had a nice story to tell me and some advice.
Yeah. Used to be a lot of these great dark beast hunters around now.
Yeah.
Let's hope we don't run into any dark beasts if it takes people like, what was her name, Valia something to
Yeah.
hunt them?
Oh yeah, the orchid.
Yeah.
Maybe that's
Yeah.
what my first fiction novel will be about. Some dark brooding monster hunter.
Now there's the thought. Have you ever thought of writing a little choose your own adventure type thing?
No, I haven't, but I could try that, yes.
I don't. I've only got them in Draconic though. I don't remember. You can't read that, can you?
No.
Uh, hmm. I'll just see if there's a version in common somewhere.
That would be lovely.
Because heck, if you want to do a story where there's actual monster hunting and stuff in it, you could roll dice to see how you actually do.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
Yeah.
And before Talanora just writes The Witcher.
Fuck yeah! Big thick elf has two spell singing blades. Holds up the silver one. This one's for monsters.
She does have a silver sword.
Yep.
As you are discussing this, Kieran will slump his way over and just lean on Talanora. Ugh. Hey, can I come with you guys? Irina says I'm just gonna slow her down.
Oh, you're not feeling so
Aw.
good after yesterday? Eat something bad?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
had
you
a
look like you had a
rough
night.
time.
Oh.
Sure. We're just off to go look at a sword.
Swords.
Yeah, it shouldn't
Swords
be
are
too
great.
bad.
As long as I can just sit in the
Presumably you can
Ooh.
sit in a tally lap in the cart.
Yes, the softest place in the cart.
Oh, you look really exhausted and tired. Oh, you poor thing.
Yeah. He will like look at Tally and just do the like up hand motions.
Oh, she'll give him a hug.
Kieran wants to go uppy. Okay, give my mum an ear pinch for wearing out our rogue completely.
Yeah, as you turn, she is swaggering up to you, and she will give Inah an ear rub before she can finish the turnabout. Well, I meant to leave yesterday, but I guess I'll head out today. I'm gonna head towards Rose Tower.
Alright, well then. Stay very safe. And keep in touch.
That's my line.
Oh, and thank you for hooking me up with the blue girl there. It was a nice date. It was very gay. There was a lot of brushing. That was admittedly all that happened, but that was cool.
Good. That's exactly what your mother wants to hear. She
I'm
will...
sure what you wanted to hear was grandbabies.
Hmm,
And Inah does a haunting impression of Arena's voice.
not on the first date.
Of course.
After all, I've taught you better than that. She will lean
Those only
in,
come after you get married.
give you
She'll
a...
think back to her first boyfriend. Agree to disagree.
lean in, give you a smooch on the forehead, and whisper into your ear, and thank you for the boy. Squeeze past.
I know, we'll snicker. Alright, let's hit the road.
Yep, let's go check out that relic.
Yeah.
And away.
And now it's time for actual journey rolls, because this is outside just Kadar's and the lake.
Yeah. Alright, here. What can I do for journey rolls?
Let me pull that handout up.
I assume that I'm probably one of our better ones for
With survival, you can basically do
survival.
anything.
Oh no,
I
you
can
actually haven't got
do
survival into
It's
scout.
not for scout.
Navigator.
That's that would be stealth. Although I think you're also good at that, aren't you?
Yes.
So yeah, Inah can do anything. It's everyone else.
Ranger.
Roz has
can-
cooks, utensils, and athletics.
I can do herbalism, which is basically if, so I'm basically only for provisioning.
I can do a decent navigate.
Okay.
I get survival.
Like I'm
How
trained
about
in
you?
Or
nature,
I would
but
have I would have a +3 for the
I have a
navigate.
5.
So scout, probably Roz with her +5.
My scout's also a +5 with the stealth, or my navigator or provision are a +6s with survival.
Okay, so let's do navigator. Inah, I guess.
I
Sure.
can assist somebody for navigator.
Sure, you can help me.
And then yeah, you can.
Of
Yay!
my God.
course, I failed
Oh,
a crit in our
God.
first journey out there.
Alright, and then it'll
One
be
second,
Aska
let's
doing.
stand up and take a bow. Or I'm not going to take a bow. Pat my back.
Alright. And then Aska can do provisioner with Zana, I think. Or Zana can do it with Aska, whichever. Oswald athletic. Chomp, chomp, chomp.
Well, and go. So,
Yep,
Sam,
I've clicked it.
Okay, good job.
Ow.
None of you fucked up a DC 10.
Yeah, a crit and 2
Yay.
17s.
Good job. Alright. Well, a crit, you say.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure this will go over well.
I'm sure it will.
well, we just survived
Yes.
the fucking Grand Dragger Dragon bombing that came from 420 miles away at year 420 on the 20th of April.
I'd say we're more lucky to have survived the Paladin.
Nah, she wasn't going to hurt us.
Not intentionally.
She wasn't trying to hurt you fuckers.
Not intentionally. Yeah.
She
Well, you have
fell
a-
fucking swung at Zana.
Yeah, you have a lineage to live up to.
Yeah, her dad is a fighter. She's just a fucking cleric.
Look, that didn't stop our other cleric from like dealing the most damage to her.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. The giant 7.5 fucking foot.
Salamander.
Yeah, it's like 300-pound salamander that is built like a tank.
Yeah, she's still a cleric.
versus the like 141 pound, 5'8" goat.
That was a fine and perfectly fair matchup. I don't know what you're talking about. You could have totally taken her.
No? That's really
All right. Speaking of her, however, as the party sets off for the tree, about halfway on your trip, you hear the sound of a horrible, horrible death screech and rattle from just off the road. One makes sure horses and donkeys freeze up and throw their heads back.
Oh, there's some garbage singing out there.
Uh-oh.
I don't think that's singing.
That sounds like death. Let's take
Yep.
a peek.
Sure. Mind if
Uh,
I a stealth and slinko?
Go for it.
Only a peek. I don't trust him, whatever that noise was.
It didn't sound like a person.
And that's the problem.
I will hop off horse and put their lead on a stake, and then I will try and sneak up.
All right. We'll put you a little closer than everyone else over here. We go over to a different map. Inah, you see it before the rest of your friends. There is a quite large stone set out in a clearing, not far from the road. There's really just some brush between you and it. And there's a lot of dead kobolds. They have been ruthlessly massacred. There's not an entire entity left. They have just been chopped to pieces. And Valia, the orchid, is sitting knelt on top of the stone. Her great sword is covered in just horrible splats of blood that are slowly burning off.
Uh-oh.
And she checks over one of these kobolds. He hasn't noticed you yet.
Oh, then I will, outside of blasting range, do an intro, like I suppose a questioning whistle. I don't exactly want to go shouting in case there are more kobolds around, but I'll give her a signal to say that I'm here, so that I don't just like go, "Hey there," and then catch a firebolt.
Yeah, still, she turns around quickly, coming to her feet and hauling her sword up in a one-handed point towards you, and lowers it slowly. Oh, you were from yesterday, Inah, wasn't it?
That's right.
You picked a bad day to come out this way.
Well, bad in what way? Because it looks like you've got that pretty well handled.
She
I'll
looks at
wave
the
back to the
bodies.
others.
Oh, your friends are here. Good.
Oh yeah, I don't range alone. If I can help it.
Smarter than me most days. We'll
I
flick
feel like
some...
if I were as jacked as you, I'd probably be ranging alone a lot more often.
So... Stay in cover, the rest of you. There's wyverns afoot.
Ooh, fun. Going to pull out the old longbow.
Put that away, you'll just attract its attention. A coldwood wyvern would kill you in one strike, and they won't pull blows.
Signed.
These are
Tuck the
flesh
bow away.
eaters. Have a taste for humanoid blood.
Oh, that's no good.
No, it's not. You've been in town longer than I have. Have you heard something about people disappearing?
It's, did we assume that that was down to Glashton?
I don't think you've heard anything about people disappearing
Yeah.
yet.
Well, we have heard
Let's,
that over,
we
like,
were in town for like 10 days. Just
yeah,
chuck
we
a,
have heard the rumors of that.
think I could have caroused something like that out.
Well, you can give me an intelligence check. Just to see.
I
Or
went with a persuasion just for tavern
didn't
talk at the
take a
night.
carouse action.
That's true.
So just intelligence checks then?
Yep.
No.
Okay.
Can I do it with a charisma check?
No.
No.
That would be the carouse downtime action, which you could have taken.
Yeah.
Oh
Could've.
yeah, we didn't take.
No,
Correct.
we took
Alright,
education
wizard.
Yep.
instead.
Yep.
Save us with your positive end.
Go, Nora, go.
Intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Just
Okay.
raw intelligence.
Yep.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
intelligence. Not save, just intelligence.
Nice.
All right. Yeah. The igniferous kids. You haven't heard anything about people appearing, but you have heard about kobold attacks on people, but pretty specifically, none of them killed anybody. So no, does not line up with what you'd heard before.
Where are they getting humanoids from?
The one I saw them putting up for sacrifice was a bee boy. Must have come from the hive nearby.
Oh no.
Hmm. 00, no, the males are rare.
Oh, that is bad.
That is bad.
Mhm.
Hold. Get in a cover. She
Yeah,
will pull herself up into a two-handed grip as a
I
shadow
will throw
falls over
myself
the lot of
bodily
you.
into this.
Oh.
And everyone, please roll initiative.
Yay!
Oh boy.
I'm glad she went first, because if she didn't, then I would have had to spend my turn waiting until Valia went, because there's no way I want to be the first one to land a hit on that thing, or I will
Oh
die.
god, no. Yeah.
Oop, didn't have my token selected.
Just a beautiful blue and orange wyvern sweeps down out of the clouds with a tremendous roar, hurtling towards Valia, standing in the stones. Knight will leap up on top of them and yell to the lot of you, "Stay in cover. Just focus on bringing it down. We've got this." And she will do one of these. Bad damage roll.
Yeah, it's a bit sad damage.
However,
Oh,
okay. We'll find then.
Oh.
Dink. Talanora. This thing's like 20
So
feet
just
up in
keep
the
our
air.
distance.
That's what
Yeah.
Valia suggested.
I recommend spending your first turn buffing instead of drawing aggro.
Well, I guess I can start blade singing. Is that an action or is that
It's
a
a
bonus
bonus
action?
action.
Bonus action. Blade singing to protect myself. I don't have any buffs. What's the range on that? That's 60 feet? Hang on, let's see. Where's the monster? It's over there. Where is Volley? It's 60 feet. He's probably going to go there. Figuring it out. Yeah. Talanora is going to move up, but she's going to move up only over here. In a way to stay within range of Valia, just in case.
Okay.
getting right out of cover.
What?
You You could have just moved up here, 55 feet in cover.
That's actually.
Nah, man, you
that
do-
would
you do
work
you.
too.
Yeah.
No,
do,
that would also work too.
do what you want, my guy.
Sweet grid. Grid. No, that's fine. That works too. As long as I'm within range.
Yeah, I just wouldn't
Of both
recommend
of them.
being out in the middle of the field when she tells us like stay in cover.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay. Roz. As usual, Shield of Faith up. Can she make it to a different patch of cover? Yes. Hup, 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 hup. And she will dodge. That's like the intelligent thing to do.
Smart
Mhm.
plan.
Wyvern. Scream. It shrieks and descends on the orchid. Go bop, bop. Oh god.
No.
Silvery barbs.
Is it in range?
Yep.
Yep.
It did move in range. Alright, let's try again with the claws and the fangs. Double miss.
Look at that, already helping the
Yeah.
orchid out.
Hell yeah.
Hell
Hmm.
yeah. Alright, and then it
Okay.
is going to continue. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's swooping past, back up into the air. Inah.
Hmm. I could fairy fire it,
You could do.
but I think I will just do that thing with a longbow.
That does make sense.
Oh, forgot Hunter's Mark. An extra
That's
D6.
really
Ah,
oof,
Do that thing.
fucking right
We'll
out
be
the
with a
gate.
longbow.
and then, yeah, I'm going to dive even further into cover because it probably didn't like that.
It really did not. Aska.
All right, let's kick it off. First off, I'm going to do a bit of summoning. Using a wild shape, I shall produce my Wildfire spirit.
Crispy
it can-
friend!
Yeah.
I will remind you, this thing is 40 feet in the air, and I don't think your
Yeah,
spirit
no,
has
Oh,
I
light
know.
speed.
I'm not worried about that. I'm summoning it here and then moving it back over here because honestly, that damage doesn't matter. I just want to have it
Okay.
out here so I can do stuff with it.
Okay. You should be able to drag it out of the sidebar.
Yep, I just wanted to click that first. Wildfire spirit. Boop. Oop, let me just drag him.
Bunny.
Let a crispy bunny.
And let's see here. It has a range of 60 feet, so I shall use my bonus action to command it to launch a bit of fire at the wyvern.
Okay.
If it's 60, you've got to be 20 closer because he's 40 up. So you've got to
I
be
mean,
there.
even if he's 40 up, he's still only 60, or he's less than 60 away from it, even if he's up in the air.
Oh no,
No,
trigonometry.
you have to take a 5 foot. Take a 5
We don't
foot
do
step.
Pathfinder diagonals, so no, you've just got to assume that all distance is additive in this. I know that mathematically it's in range. Game board wise, it is not.
It
So
literally
what? Do you,
doesn't matter.
Fucking whatever.
It doesn't really matter where the spirit is. It could be fucking out here. It could be out here. As long as it's within range, it's probably not going to get targeted unless it crits. And
I guess we'll
even
find out if it crits.
no,
Yeah,
it doesn't even hit.
misses. Yeah.
All right, Zana.
Well, here's a magical thing. It doesn't need to understand me; just needs to hear me.
Correct.
Yep.
Can indeed make it feel bad.
I was also considering shouting vicious mockery at it, but it's Just Shoosting is much better.
Yeah, so I'm going with your frills are faded and molted.
Oh,
Ooh, burn.
oh, oh, how dare you?
Ah, so cut to the chase.
You, you thought it
Indeed,
had
so
such lovely frills.
Ah,
All
I'm
right,
glad that you hit it with that because I have a sneaking suspicion it will target me.
all right. Only pussy stayed in cover. Yeah! Kieran pulls his shiny new light crossbow off his back. Pew! And hits.
Oh, hey.
No sneak attack, though, but only rolled a
Eh.
5 for damage, or
Blink.
1 for damage anyway. Dink! B.
Ba 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 B. Is this does this rack count as cover?
Yeah, if you, like, squat down behind it.
I pull out my heavy crossbow.
Heavy crossbow.
So yeah, it's like a light crossbow with more
Ka-chunk!
dagger.
Swing and a miss. I don't think you're blessed right now, so.
No.
Alright. Valia. Oh shit, they're going for the kids. She is going to turn around and run up the rock here and do that Witcher jump, 2 hands over her head, and try and come down on this wyvern. Heliotrope. Bonk. Bonk.
Pachow.
And she sinks her sword into it and just bears the thing down to the ground. Crunch! It slides on. She just sort of rides it.
Oh, that was absolutely sweet.
Stops right in front of Kieran, who just puts his foot on the thing's snout as it dies. Valia gives it a with her sword, pulls it free. There, that's one dead. Not the one that took the bee, though.
Hmm.
Hop off. It doesn't look corrupted either. Strange. A natural
kinda pretty.
beast. Yes, beautiful. But someone's given it a taste for blood. The whole pack of them.
Hmm.
Why?
Haha. All right, I'm gonna look over this thing and see if there are any like markings of ownership or clan or like straps that have been used to train it, that kind of thing.
Yeah, so Inah, as you examine this creature, its body looks pristine and natural. You see no, like, signs of having been chained or hurt in any way until you guys got your hand on it. However, with your keen eyes, you are able to detect that there's some faded paint on its scales. Someone has anointed this creature at some point in the past, probably days or weeks ago. It's mostly faded now. But it's certainly there at one point.
Hmm. If I scrape some of that paint off, does it look literally like paint or is it some kind of plant ink?
Hard to tell at this stage of decay. It's definitely not prepared paint. It's more primitive than that.
Okay. Huh. I'll point this out. That's weird. It's almost like there's some kind of religious thing to this as opposed to literally a taste for flesh.
Hmm. Look here, the way this paint's splayed out. These used to be draconic characters, I think.
I can read that, yeah.
There's no words
Well,
left. I wish I could,
Uh,
but I
well,
definitely recognize the characters.
right, I have a question. Can you mend?
mm,
The living
I'd
thing.
imagine not. It's
I don't think I can mend missing paint, unfortunately.
I just checking if you can mend if you provide a substitute substance so that it can
No.
be reformed.
Doesn't really work on creatures anyway. It'd be like trying to fix someone's tattoo. It wouldn't work. The spell wouldn't do anything.
Hmm.
Otherwise, you'd use mending on someone and they'd get like the most recent amount of dirty their face got if they, got splashed by a muddy puddle. Mending isn't omnipotent enough for that kind of
Um,
thing.
No, out of character for this. But I was just thinking because it's not as a tattoo internally, this is an external creation.
Yes, again though, it's
You know,
that would be
like
assuming
body
that mending
paint
is
does not count as
omnipotent, which
an
it isn't.
object. No.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's way out of scope for it.
Unfortunately, this is a little outside the normal area of expertise.
I might actually recommend then going and checking with the Orc and Anna back in town.
I did, actually, while you were sleeping off your high.
Oh, okay,
They invited me to some wild hunt.
nice.
Not involving these wyverns, though. That's in the opposite direction, too.
That
No, I
is
think it's unrelated.
okay.
Whatever it was, these kobolds were certainly bringing sacrifices to these wyverns, and seemed they'd been painted with what I would imagine as kobold characters.
Mm.
well, whatever this has to be then Darsa, right? You wouldn't just send something like this out without having it returned within the same day. Otherwise, you'd lose track of them eventually.
If they're sending it out. But still, a day by wing is 70 miles, give or take.
Wait a bit. Oh,
Well, if they're here and they took bees, then they're probably between here and the hive, which isn't that far away.
That makes sense. It's up in the hills.
I bet in the hills and mountains there.
well, just a second. Let's just check something I had. Mom talked about. Because they're lizards. They're lion lizard type. They don't have like opposite mouth the grindy teeth, right?
They're sharp, right? But
Yeah.
like
So
kobolds can eat anything. They don't give a shit. Meat.
no, not the kobolds. Well,
Oh, I mean
I was
wyverns
thinking
too.
of where this.
They're like trash eaters.
Yeah,
They
but
presumably eat
they
people
don't.
usually, but
Yeah, but just tries open mouth. They usually have. They swallow or bite into things around them to help to swallow and crush the meat inside.
oh yeah, okay. 1 second then. I'm just gonna pull out a carving knife. Let's take a looky-loo and see what he's been eating recently, which is a gross thing, but might be good clues. It's true.
And then Inah took out a knife and decided to disembowel the creature to see what it had eaten.
Yep.
You know what you're doing, Fox.
Well, the poison sac is somewhere all the way back there, so I should be safe open in his tumby.
Yes, just try not to hit the bowels. These things are foul.
Oh yeah, no, I'll be way above that.
Good. She is still going to take a few discretionary steps back.
Fuck yeah, I look at you go, girl.
Yeah, look at you go.
She looks downright competent.
Woo.
Alright. So I will
You make a
drop.
nice fucking big flap there just to be able to get the whole stomach content out.
Yep. Heck, if not for the fact that it's been eating humanoid, I would probably turn this thing into Wyvern Haggis. As it stands, let's see here. What's it been eating? And indeed, are there any stones in its stomach that we could use to figure out where it's been?
All right, so once you open it up, it's mostly, from the looks of things, been eating wild horse and sheep. However, you do find some carapace inside it that it clearly hadn't been able to digest. That does indicate there's a beef oak in its recent gastral history.
Oh,
Hmm.
poor
Oh.
Buzz.
Or Buzz. There are also, there's some stones and bits of dirt and gravel. There's a lot of bits of tree branches in there, though, which would suggest that it's probably nesting pretty close, if not inside the forest.
Yep. Yeah, I'll point these out as I go.
And there is one particular mountain right up against the edge of the forest within flight range of here.
Probably a good place to check. And if it's full of kobolds, it's probably got, I don't know, like caves and stuff that go into it and climb up.
That
So you wouldn't
makes
have to,
sense.
scale the outside of a mountain and possibly get picked off by wyverns.
Kieran will wave a hand from on top of the rock. I don't think these guys need to worry about getting eaten by wyverns. Look at this. He will hold up the dead kobold with particularly lovely blue scales and just crank its mouth open, and he punches it in the back, and a little "What?" of flame spews out.
Excuse you, what?
That's weird.
Yeah,
I wasn't
Uh,
watching. I was not
actual-
looking. What happened?
it's not just
The kobold.
Actual dragon?
it's not just flame, though. At least from the looks of things. Flame is normally red. This was white flame. Pure icy white.
Usually that denotes the hottest types of flames.
Yeah, except that
No,
wasn't
That's blue.
hot.
Yeah, that sounds oh no, I wonder if they got some polar Asian trapped. And they've just been tapping them for blood or something.
Cold fire.
Valya's brow will furrow. What does a region have to do with it?
But they're the ice dragons, the Knights of Lyris.
I don't think I've met one yet.
Oh, they're I'm okay, maybe I'm a little bit of a dracophile. Uh very royal, feudal, chivalric society.
A Dracophile?
I think dragons are sexy.
She glances at the wyvern, glances at you.
No, those things are inbred and stupid.
Good. So, dragon fetishist, huh? What's your take on kobolds, then?
Ones like this, not a fan. In general, though, I find them adorable, but a bit small for me. In multiple senses of the word. Inah shrugs helplessly.
Sloughs over the brain. Right. That's a
Hey,
strange
was that
mutation, one way or
21
the
good
other.
enough? Yeah,
Sorry, what?
sorry. Was that is that 21 good enough to take this wyvern's barb?
Yeah, you can absolutely grab a big old nasty barb. In fact, if you wanted to, you could spend a few hours just disassembling the whole thing.
Sure.
Wyvern scales make for good armor.
Oh, do they?
Do they appear to carry any kind of cold resistance?
It would be very easy to enchant them with cold resistance, but once the thing's dead, usually not.
Okay.
So you're saying wyvern scales make for good armor?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Armor
Especially
that
for
druids can
druids.
wear.
Correct.
Yes. Correct.
Scale armor is basically the only kind of fancy armor that a druid can get on, and this is definitely a step to making it.
Smart thinking. Roz will step up. Well, it's not blacksmithing, but I could probably help with that.
Sure, we just need something, like masterwork leather to go under it. And then it just needs sewing together. I admit I'm also not a crafter. I just know how to take bits and pieces apart.
Working with metal's normally my thing, but scales made of scale. I'd probably put them together like iron scale, man.
I'm good at making stuff. I've never made armor before, though.
You
Yeah.
punch out that wyvern's attack so I can see what DC its poison is.
Sure.
It'll be something we have to look into once we're back in town. It's not exactly something easy enough to just do out here in the field, I think.
It's a 5d4 poison.
That's a big poison.
Yeah, it's good. The barb you have is good for one nice shot of that.
I'll record the barb and the poison sac separately, because after it's done, the barb is still probably a pretty fucking sweet dagger.
Yeah.
And this thing's claws and fangs, and they are D6s. D6 weapons. 2. Gales. 1. There you go. Party loot updated. The bottom under monster parts. I don't know. It's CR.
Its CR is 4.
All right, level 4. Save. There we go.
Theoretically, that thing should have slaughtered you.
It
Yes,
should have.
Oh,
but you left like an 11th level paladin or something like that here. Well, I'm probably not that high of a paladin. Still, a very powerful person here.
Yeah, she's dope. I'm glad I got my one good shot. I did that thing, low level NPC with a longbow.
yeah.
Well, you have fun butchering the scaly. I'm going to go ranging north, I guess.
Sure.
I hadn't planned to
If
make hunting wyverns part of my repertoire, but these things need to be stopped.
yeah, I mean,
Uh,
we're headed towards that ridge closer to the bees where the woods are to look into an old artifact. We can help you with the kobolds. Probably not so much with lots of wyverns, but we can help you with the kobolds.
You want in on the hunt? That's alright. If you see more wyverns coming, though, promise me you're going to run for cover. I can
Oh yeah,
handle those
absolutely.
things easily
Mhm.
enough, but any of you less so.
Yeah, no, I've gotten a good whiff of that poison. I don't think I survived that.
Probably not. Alright. Let's check the ridge, I suppose. I've heard of this tree before, but I haven't visited it.
It should just be on the way.
Oh, yeah. By the way, sorry, I had to do a quick be right back. But and during the whole slaughtering thing, can we just have a little
A little what?
yeah, because well, she knew she knew Salah's dad before, every.
Oh, yes. Is something you want to ask? She'll wave you over.
Well, yeah, but yeah, so like, what was it all like and stuff? Because I only known as dad, and he got. I didn't know anything about his exploits before he got the title. The man that married Frida Gallium.
Well, that depends. How far back was that marriage?
Well, I'm 12,
Gods be good.
says my brothers. Yeah, so
Alright, I definitely knew him before that, anyway. I think the best way to describe Alex Shaw would be strong of heart, dumb of ass. A lovely man. Very talented with that great spear of his. A terror on the battlefield, enough to give even me pause. And he had a sense of humor, but get on his bad side, and all that went away in a heartbeat. Turned into the most serious, grave man I ever saw when a threat posed itself. Did not appreciate being lied to, either. But he was a stalwart ally when we fought together.
that's pretty much a token thing. I think it's just genetic now. It's either you're a friend or you're a foe.
Yes, I admit, the only reason I didn't pick you out as his spawn right away was because you didn't challenge me with that.
Well, I'm a cleric, but I'm a better healer because mom, and generally I'm not as combat focus oriented, but I'm not a slouch and can punch. I can take a hit.
Well,
Probably. Okay, you came swinging with our full force, okay, in one hit, so there's a difference.
look, the other cleric took a swing.
Yeah, but she's fireproof. Well, some.
Well, just to be like Dad and be stab-proof.
Oh yeah, I'm trying, and oh shit, my brother's better at it. He's bard-ish sword, weird stuff. But he's also pretty constituted, and he likes, the whole, I don't know, music and stab thing. That's where I learned to just hold separate mace. That's where I learned to, swing this.
Really, your father didn't teach you? That's a shame. He's a fantastic warrior.
Both on the fact that, oh god, you actually don't know my mom, do you?
No, never met her.
Well, it's not so much that you need to meet her, it's everything else she has done for this world for this past, just calculates 40, no, actually.
Look,
Yeah,
I
since the whole,
I don't talk to people much. The festival was the first time I've been in a
okay.
settlement in almost 2 years.
Have you been over to Aruna?
No. Well, I don't
Okay,
think
good.
so.
Okay, Pergoleth.
Definitely not.
Okay, Aruna City?
No. I don't even know where that
Yeah,
is.
okay. Oh, that's good. What's that place? Urbana?
I know of it, but that's on the other side of the world. I've left
Okay,
Ivar a few times in my life, but this is where I was born and bred. Well, where I was raised.
okay. Well, pretty much that entire continent, and this is at the farthest I've been away from to get out of whatever her sphere of influence, but it's still in this place. She's known as well, the friendship guild, the peace guild, the saint guild, all that stuff. The little girls' orphanage, teaching centers, like educational thing.
How did your
Like-
father not break her?
Lots of character levels.
Just on a physical level, that man's biceps were bigger than Roswin's.
Shout of faith.
On a physical level, I have. Well, my mom was known as a healer, so I think she got that going. But that was never. He never lifted a hand. He was never
I don't mean
always
that
gentle.
way. I mean, never mind. You're 12.
Yeah, and I know about the whole sex part, but that's what I mean. That was always gentle. Like I have never seen him, do any, brutal thing ever.
Well, then you've probably never seen him fight. Gentle is not a word I would have really used for him.
Yeah,
I
because I never saw him
saw
fight,
him
and I couldn't get him to.
a creature once while we fought side by side. It barreled one of our allies down to the ground and nearly killed her. Alex shoulder checked the thing, pushed it on the wall, and grabbed its lower and upper jaw in his hands and ripped it apart.
That's definitely the most brutal thing I heard Dad ever do. It was great with cracking nuts.
Yes, he also cracked something's head with his thighs, which was weird. I've only seen him do that before.
Well, if you're wrestling and stuff and you grab somebody with your legs, then, the legs are weapons.
Yes, after he broke the thing's arm, he got its neck between his legs and just squeezed till it popped.
Impressive.
Yes, it was.
No, I'm going to say that I think my brother got all the strength then. Because, well, while I'm sturdy and a little bit strong for a fawn, I'm nowhere near that level. So I think that just went to my twin brother.
Well, at least you've certainly got the heart. Now just work on that endurance. You'll be a force to be reckoned with.
Well, taking a hit is one. To heal, you have to be able to take a hit. So
So, toughen up. When you can take a hit from me, then you'll be able to take one from just about anything. It gives you a wink.
well, that's good. Oh wait, and just let's see. Where's the just gets out the small parchment. Yeah, here. I have these. Just gets out a small little pressed piece of card that says "One free stay."
What is
Signed, Frida Gallia.
this for?
You can use this for any of her if you ever find anything that's, well, associated with her. And with this, you get to stay there for free for 1 day.
Huh. Well, I won't turn down a gift offered. Thank you.
Yeah. She gave me like a little dose of those, but in case I need to use them.
I guess they wouldn't just recognize you. Our servitors?
I sure as hell don't want to really be recognized because good luck getting anybody to do anything.
If your mother's a
I was
saint,
a help.
wouldn't everyone do everything for you?
Yes, that's the worst part. And she is literally a non-violence, utter non-violence.
Is that a bad
And I'm her
thing?
daughter as yes, like she doesn't harm anything. She is, by the actual definition, harmless.
I think the
She's
world
done
could
that
use a
so
little more
much
of
that
don't you think?
I know. But when I try to do something, all they see is like I look like my mom, except with my dad's parts, and well, not that parts, but parts from dad, and yeah. Oh, what does this little girl want to do? She wants to train, martial prowess. I'm not gonna strike the kid.
I see. You've been babied. That's the problem.
Nobody wants to do anything. Try finding some other kids to play with. I couldn't even play, tag or, like just regular rough and tussling and stuff like that, No, because their parents would just absolutely freak the shit out because they either grew up from her teachings or read her books or got listened to her songs or anything like that. So they're like, you do not hurt that person. So monumentally frustration. And I can't really vent that. And venting to mom, you get no pushback.
I
You
see.
get
Well, I'm a bit old to play with you, Goat, but if we're traveling together for a day or two, I can certainly show you a few things in terms of fighting. And you know I won't go easy on you.
oh yeah, you know what takes it to knock my ass out, so
Alright then. If you think you're up for it.
well, I only have had my brothers had my brother just kick the shit out of me, so I got my prowess from fighting him.
Well, when I'm done with you, you'll be able to show him a thing or two. Come, looks like Inah's about done ripping that thing apart.
Well, at least it's serve a better purpose now.
Yes. Jump, Leofric, I'll catch you. Yep. Aaron gets Princess caught, like Ashley. Set down.
Alright, got all the pointy stuff. Also, hey Karen, I'll put a little rag around the barb. You are probably the best person to surprise someone with this. It's good for one sting.
Ooh, sweet. I wish I was a poisoner, betrayed. I'd try to make something out of this. But hey, one good step's better
Yeah,
than
no,
no
I
good
don't think any
steps.
of us are. Yeah, it's one good heckin' stinger, and I feel like giving it to the sneaky lad is the good move. And yeah, party loot, its damages and DCs and all that shit should be in there for later.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Christ.
Oh,
That's gonna be real fun.
tits.
That's gonna be real spicy at our level.
Dabo.
Yeah, that would have given what's
That
name
would have
Blackhand
really
a
fucked us our day up completely. Yeah. Also, you've done it wrong and made it 5d5 with Envenom.
What?
Yeah.
All right, slightly more impressive than it should be, but
No, you.
No, isn't it should be
only
5d6, so you put
Oh.
5d5 in, and it's...
Oh,
You lowballed it.
I mean that would have definitely could have killed somebody.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that
wait,
knocked
no,
me
it's
out.
5d4. Look,
Yeah, no. Inah,
Yeah,
it is 5d4. You only rolled like
Oh, yeah, it is.
lower than a 5 anyway, so.
Yes, it's Fangs and Claws of d6 weapons. That was it.
Yeah.
Sick. All right. Then, yeah, would you like to join us on the journey to this tree since it's on the way?
I suppose. Sure, why not? It gives me a chance to beat some muscles onto Zana.
Sweet.
All right. Back onto the road then, to the relic.
well, we got a wagon, so we got space.
Not much.
Vi will just raise a hand and snap her fingers, and a steed
Oh,
of spectral
steed.
shadow will just materialize.
Who's a pretty
Oh.
baby? I'm a rubber shadow steed.
It unfortunately does not acknowledge you.
Ah, they don't worry. They know they're a pretty baby.
It's just an illusion.
Oh, that's a shame.
Not really. I don't have to feel bad when it dies horribly.
Oh, you know what? Okay, yeah, I guess I could see that. Oh, protectively pet my horse.
I have known other paladins who use the proper summon steed spell and are on their 30 or 40th warhorse through it. I don't have the heart.
No, I can understand that. In my case, I'm gonna be training Grapes up to be a steed, but also I tend to shoot things, so he should have a much longer shelf life.
A wise choice. Put you guys to front.
You know, there was some talk about some horse-ridden archers from the south. Like, not Amazon south, but
Have you heard of a centaur boar?
just... No, like, I know centaurs, they were the ones that talked about, like, actual, you know, humanoids
I
on
mean,
horse.
why would that be surprising?
No, because they, what's the word again? They, what's that talk? Scratches her head. Like they live and sleep in their saddle, like something like that.
I mean, extreme training, but sure, it makes sense.
Yeah, like imagine a whole culture about being riding a horse. You learn to ride a horse before you learn to walk. All that. We did a lot of travel, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You get to hear a lot of stuff.
Is there a point to the expert here?
Yeah, it's reminded me of Inah and her horse thing. You can ask her if I can get a hold of some people. Maybe ask around about that. If they're good, if they're lived and all that stuff, they probably got some good ass saddles for shooting from horseback or techniques.
Or the goal to learn from those who
Figure-
invented the technique?
There's also that, but there's a little bit difference. They can't exactly fall off their saddle.
I don't believe that's just a case for anyone. Eventually, somebody can just knock them out of the saddle.
I mean,
Sure, they'll have
yes,
a harder time of it, but
it's-
no one's just vulnerable to getting knocked off.
I mean, there's a centaur. Learn from them who taught them. See, a centaur can't get knocked off their saddle because they are the horse.
Wouldn't a
Fuck.
centaur be the worst person for teaching them how to not get knocked off a saddle since they've never had that issue?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. They taught how to do the whole shoot a bow from, horse part. But those people took the whole, living on the saddle, living on the horseback, all that stuff, and, made it work for people. Like, humans or catfolk. Like, 2 legs, 2 arms, body, like that. Like, I don't have all the details. I just know it's that if there's a whole culture around, being good at shooting bows from horseback and riding great, I think that's a good place to start looking up. Vina really likes her horse and is gonna use it for that kind of stuff.
Uh-huh.
You love semantics, don't you? That entire conversation could have been condensed to about 10 words.
It really could have. It really, really could have.
Anyway, it appears that we're here, judging by the enormity of that tree and the sword sticking out of it.
I don't see a sword sticking out of it.
I think that's on the GM layer.
It shouldn't be. It should be right here.
There is not.
There is no
Nope.
sword there.
Interesting.
Just tree root.
Yeah, just see tree.
Ah, there we go.
There
there
it
you go.
is.
It's
Oh,
interesting.
there it
I
is.
have no idea why I was on the GM layer of all things.
Yeah, I would say that is quite what we were looking for.
Hey guys, I've got to absolutely try and pull it out, right?
Sure.
No.
Totally, it'll work.
It's a. Come on, it's a Kinaran relic.
I mean, just because
I love all of the gods. Although,
Kanara doesn't necessarily mean that it will be
you should probably go fast.
a priest of Kanara that pulls it out.
Well, yeah, if it's useful for all you, well, if you pay to Kinara, that would be really good because I think it would be better use. But
I pray to all the gods.
if it is well, I think you would need to pray a little bit more actively to one then.
No, well, still just pray to all of them as much. I adore Kanara, but I adore all the gods. Just because I essentially get a gift from Kanara, I'm not going to just give more praise.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, I'd just sort of be entirely coins in on praising Sinatra.
Have you ever heard of a goddess called Oriana?
Should we have?
Maybe?
Whether you have or you haven't.
No.
I'm gonna go with a smooth maybe.
I'm
Never mind.
gonna go with no.
Because I can only really make a random guess based on context clues, and I have no proof. What's she supposed to be
there's
like?
a few new names.
Never mind. Forget I asked.
Okay.
The Orchid Knight will rub a small purple orb necklace that she is wearing beneath her armor.
No.
Let's.
You want to give it a
Yes.
go first, Zana?
Yeah, it just takes a few short deep breaths. Okay, still not be nervous. Just go up to the sword and can I just look at it?
Yeah, sure. Yes, Sack here.
Oh, before you actually pull it out, there is obviously one thing that you need to do first, Zana. And Inah will put her arms out for the big ol' hug. You gotta be charged up on hug before you try and pull that blade.
Well, I do hope so.
Ooh,
Give it a-
yeah, give her a big old squidgy hug.
What's your strength?
Oh, like noodle-tastic, but she's all constitute, so she can stand up to getting quite a squeezy hug.
Oh yeah, okay. Just she'll be careful, but because she has a 13, which is not bad, goat.
I mean, it's pretty noodly for a melee character. Not much higher than Ina's. You're fine, not gonna hurt each other.
Yeah, we're alright.
Yeah, you're only slightly above average with a 13.
And so
It would be better I had a 15, then I could actually have the strength to carry fucking heavy armor.
yeah, that would have been real helpful.
Yeah, just get higher strength.
Just don't be a noodle, Fivehead.
So his next level.
I shall
You mean
I
the
shall invest into getting Gauntlets of Ogre Power. Well,
I mean, that's a strong play.
It's a legit strategy right there.
Yeah, if you can find them.
Anyway, so as
indeed,
you...
or we find enough shit to make one.
You can always make it yourself, that's true. So as you go in for that hug, a voice titters behind you. Oh, that's so precious.
Oh, hello there.
Oh, yes, ooh,
Oh,
Hello.
A woman
God.
steps out of the tree as if it were nothing more solid than a curtain of beads. He is curvaceous, but not overly so. Dark-skinned, with leaves running through, bright pink and purple hair, and she is wearing a suit of full plate armor made of solid iron bark, is carrying a two-handed sword, also made of wood. She plants it in the ground at her side and grins at the lot of you. Aren't you just the most precious things? I was going to wait, as I
hello.
usually do, but you just had to be so cute. Hello.
Oh, hello there.
Oh,
Lovely to
hello.
meet you.
Just also just holy crap, just get a crap out of me.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
No, it's okay, it's your place. We want to. Oh, wow, okay, I was not prepared. I'm sorry,
Giggles.
it's Rachel's skittishness. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right. My apologies. But I simply could not hold back such a wholesome display of friendship. Welcome to my domain, travelers. I see we have a sister of the faith amongst us. And another believer as well. She will incline her head towards Kieran. I'll wave. Well, what brings you here, my dear? Come to give a shot at pulling Our Lady's sword free?
Yep.
Well, yeah, I just give it a good old, well, clergy try. Not much more, but I just hope it goes well.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
We've
Good
got to
luck. I
go do
believe
a
in
whole
you.
bunch of good deeds.
Well, I do hope it can be used for that. Okay. I just gets out the handkerchiefs and just cleans off her hands.
Yeah. I'm going to start up a little round of claps, just so everyone's chanting, Zana, Zana.
Just in case if I don't pull it out, at least and make sure not the next one that is going to pull it, it's not give her hands dirty.
Aw.
They keep it nice and clean. Okay. So, we just before as she starts towards to grip the sword, she makes a small prayer under her voice, be like, Great Kinara, may this attempt at least please you in some aspect, and hope I'm feeling worthy enough to bestow this blessed weapon so that I can help my friends in their time of need. And she gives it grips the sword and tries to pull it out.
All right. You give it a grasp. Yank, yank. You give it all your might, but it does not budge even the slightest bit. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sure Kinara loved your prayer, though.
Oh, sorry,
it's okay.
sorry, Zana.
It's okay.
Believe me, a lot of people have tried over the years. But it's like they never read.
Ooh, ooh. I'm gonna slip on up. Before you take your hands off, how about we pull together?
No one's ever tried that before.
He joins the pool pile.
Friendship.
Heck yeah.
I can't move myself close enough, but I join in.
Oh, I'll join in too.
Yeah. Teamwork. Teamwork. I feel like I've got to have a Kieran on my shoulders.
He's taller than you. He can actually just like reach over you.
Oh, okay.
Oh yes, tall people in the back.
Smalls and the talls.
All right. And a 1, and a 2, and a 3. Ha!
Here. It doesn't move.
Aww.
Oh, that was such a good idea.
I was really, really hopeful there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What was she saying about reading?
Yeah. What was that? Yeah. What do you mean?
Oh. She will step over and look up at the sword. Oh, you gotta look on the underside, though. It's buried sideways. Here. She will, like, lean backwards so she can read the bottom of the sword. The flat of the blade. There you go. Right there.
Oh.
Is it? Well, let's see. I hope it's not in Dragon. It's probably in Dragon, though.
Yeah, it would make sense for one of the dragon goddesses to have written it in dragon.
Let's take a peeky peek.
All right. The words are written in Valish.
Oh, I still can't do that.
If I may trouble you, Lady Veda, what does it say? None of us, I believe.
Oh, you're illiterate. That's okay. I know what it says.
Oh, thank you.
It says, "Only she who bears my scales can draw me free."
Okay. Well, we know what to do next time when we get some Kinara scales.
Good luck with that.
Do is meet her and ask really nicely.
I don't think that's what Jenny had in mind, but maybe. Who knows?
Imagine you get a really nice little scale pendant. And get them shaped like a heart.
Vader shrugs. Could do. I don't know.
Or to help her when she's shedding.
Oh, I bet she'd love that.
Oh yeah, back rub. Oh, ooh. I will hold up the scale brushy stuff.
How did this sword come to be in here anyway? I mean, I know someone obviously stuck it in, but is there more to it than that?
Oh, you wish to hear the story? Well,
Yeah,
that's fine.
stories are nice.
Let's see. Well, it was a long, long time ago. Like a really long time. Way further back than even, like, 2 weeks ago. There was my little Jenny Fair. She was a paladin of
That's a
Kinara,
long
the
time.
very first one. and she went out on a great quest to find her dad because he disappeared. But she never found him. Stayed searching for years and years and years. Kinathis helped her as much as she could, because of course she did, because she's the best goddess. But even a goddess sometimes can't work all of the miracles. But her adventures took her from all the way to Hesira, to Zero, even to the Jotun kingdoms. Even I don't know where they ended, but eventually she came here while I was just a sapling, and she stuck her sword in my tree and asked me to watch over it for her forever and ever and ever until someone came back wearing her scales.
So we would have to find her and presumably her armor.
That makes more
what were
sense
her
than
scales
Kinara's
like?
scales, because I don't think she actually sheds.
I'm sure she does, because then that means she has the best
Oh.
reason to get a good scrubbing down.
What were her scales like?
Well, she wasn't like a salamander or anything. She was just a half-elf. But she did wear this beautiful suit of scale armor. It had a glorious gold and purple cape, this cute little fur thing around her neck. I don't know what that's called. And chains, lots of chains of gold. And she said when I asked that she'd felt like getting a hug all the time. I really wanted to try it on, but she said I couldn't. And that made me sad.
Oh.
But she gave me a
Would
hug.
you like
It
a
was
hug
the second
anyway?
best thing.
Come on around and give her a hug.
Oh, I love you unconditionally. Thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome.
I haven't had one of these in like 3 years.
That is a criminally long
Hugga,
time to
hugga.
go unhugged.
It is.
I give her another hug.
Ah.
Now you've had 2 in less than that many minutes.
She
Yep.
squeals.
Well,
Yeah, heck yeah. Gotta make sure your hug stocks are thoroughly restocked.
I don't know what a hug stock is, but I love it. This is the best. You guys are so much nicer than the normal people who come here.
Oh, thanks.
cool.
Speaking of which, how'd you find out about this place? It's not super well known. Otherwise, I want to build a shrine around me. Then I could live indoors.
A lovely bard named Tatiana told your tale.
Tatiana. I don't
Yeah.
know her.
She's a bard. And they collect all the stories from places all over.
No, it was from not from Tatiana. It was other characters. Me shit with name. It was the bartender.
Oh, Zakar?
The car.
Yeah, Sakar.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Does a bartender named Zakar ring a bell at all?
I knew a not bartender named Sakar not all that long ago. Aw, poor guy. I felt so bad for him, but I'm glad he's still around.
Now he owns a great big bar and does real well for himself.
That's
He gets to make lots of
great.
friends like us.
Oh, and he sent you all the way out here to me. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad he's doing better.
I am too. I was going to ask better from what, but that would be prying into his personal stuff, and that's no good.
I'm sure he'd probably maybe tell you if he asked.
Yeah, we'll
Maybe I
just
will.
have to ask him.
Yeah.
You should do that.
We should definitely see about getting you a little shrine, though.
Oh, that would be so sweet. You don't have to, though.
Well,
I've been doing just fine here for like 1,500 years.
yeah, I know, but then you could do even better than for the next however many it turns out to be.
No.
Look, I'm doing it. I pull out my pull out a little notepad. I pull out my to-do list. There you go.
Behind you.
Shrine for Veda.
Behind you, Valia puts a hand on the sword, and the Vader will turn around. Not you. No. No. Don't hurt my tree. I wasn't going to. You are not... No. Sorry, but no. Please no. I will release the sword. Fine.
Too
Fine.
strong.
Yeah, I don't want my tree to burn down.
Oh. Okay.
I wasn't going to, but fine. Great. If you weren't gonna, then I don't have anything to worry about. And I don't need to stand here protectively.
Do you have like automatic and firing of weapon powers?
I can be very fiery when I want to, but I have myself under perfect control. Thank you, silly little Vader.
Miss Vader, if I may ask, what would you like in return for a branch from your tree?
Return?
Yes,
It's... You don't have to give me anything. I mean, you can give me a hug, but a tree's a tree. Even if I live here, the branches are free. You can take them home. It's not like all of them. It needs some, but there's scattered bits of wood all over.
I was perhaps overestimating it. I was thinking it had more importance, given it's your tree and your age and Tales of Vader's power.
Oh, I mean, it's
Hopeful to.
important, of course, but you're all so sweet. Nice. You can just have one.
Oh,
Oh, how
well,
generous.
thank you, then. And I'll give her a hug for it.
Oh, I love all of you so much. You're so great.
Yes. Hopefully, one day, I will be able to use this along with other things and create a proper druid staff.
I would love to see it. Do you hold Kanara in your heart? Because if not, you should if you're going to use her favorite Vader staff.
It's not that I don't hold her in my heart, but she's certainly one of the gods that is worthy of praise.
Oh, come on. She's like the best goddess.
She is certainly near the top.
Hmm. Well, we'll get you there yet. Don't worry. I would sermonize, but I'm not a cleric or a paladin, and I haven't read any holy text in like a bajillion years. Also, I can't read, so meh.
Ah.
It's a bit hard to get in too deep a faith when one is a druid.
No, they're not mutually exclusive. The gods love druids too.
And I am thankful for it.
As you all should be. After all, you look like adventurers, and Kanara is the goddess of adventures, so she loves you all mostest.
Well, at least we give it a try. We know what to look. Well, we have an idea of what to look for.
Mm-hmm. If you ever find
Hey.
Jenny's armor, just bring it back here and maybe you can pull the sword out. Then you can complete the set if you find her holy symbol that she was looking for. I wonder if she ever found
Right.
that.
She
I'm sure
Would
she
that be
lost her
did.
like a
holy
shield?
symbol?
No, her dad was supposed to be bringing her a holy symbol. He was a archpriest of Mithras.
Huh.
Right after Kanara was born, it was supposed to be that his daughter would be the first champion of Kanara. But he disappeared.
Wait. Right
Like
after
this one?
Kinara was born.
No, not like that. I mean, I don't know what it looks like, but that's a Woevarn symbol.
Oh, oh yeah.
Okay, how long has this sword been in here?
1500 years.
Ish.
Okay. So, where You're still standing here when the gods were sleeping?
I guess? I don't know what you're talking about, but I've been here the whole time. I'm not divine or anything, so if the gods, like, went on vacation or something, I'd still be here. I'm just a baiter.
Okay, no, I was just trying to puzzle out. I was trying to puzzle out like the timetable, like when and where in time. So,
Oh no,
oh
my
boy,
head's gonna start
that's
hurting.
yeah, I can do it by myself. So you don't have to. Do you like to eat something, or
I eat sunlight.
have you tried it? Like, make sure to check. Have you tried a chocolate brownie?
Maybe, but I really can't eat other things. I mean, I can eat one other thing, but that's super inappropriate for new friends.
Oh, that right.
I do
was like,
believe-
hey, Kieran.
I do believe
Kieran's just gonna
that
throw his
another
hands
name-
up. I am not meat to just be thrown at the first opportunity.
Oh,
This is
That
bullshit.
does
You
make
stop
sense.
that.
That does make sense. Another word for a Dryad is a nymph, so it does make sense that that would be a thing for you. Yes.
Yes. I don't really do that, though, because I have lots of sunlight here. Totally unnecessary. I mean,
I
if you
will tippy toe and
want.
give her a little smooch on the forehead at least. Nah.
Oh, thanks. Kieran will
Oh, Kieran.
side-eye Nahia, and then go over, approach the Vader, give her a little tap on the shoulder. When she turns around, he's just going to cup her cheeks and give her the big, full tongue kiss. Push her up against the tree bark and just go all in on it.
Oh my.
Oh, dang, Kieran.
For someone who says not to throw them like a piece of meat at everything, you are quite
I mean, she's
literally going at it.
beautiful, so I get it. Oh, Kieran, you tried.
I was going to say he had advantage from surprising the shit out of her.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Then. Hell yeah.
So,
The Vader's knees tremble slightly.
That's gonna get those boughs shaken.
The tree above does a little rattle and a bunch of leaves fall down. Oh my, you're very good at this. And yeah, well, yeah.
Inah fans herself.
we're just making sure that the leaves are not tiny swords.
Nope, they're big, wholesome oak leaves. They're all very green. One of them will drift down and just land on top of Kieran's head like a little hat.
I'll make sure as we leave, Kieran gets a good old fist bump. He knows full well his dad would be so fucking proud. His dad would be hilariously proud.
Turns out he's got one of them real long tongues, just fucking went boxing with her tonsils.
Nice.
Yeah, the Vader will fan herself for a moment. Well, that was certainly something. Well, thank you all for dropping by. It was so nice to see all of you.
Yeah,
And get,
hopefully
like,
we'll meet again.
completely tongue-fucked by one of you. Take care on the way back. There's been lots of monsters around here lately.
Yeah, we noticed. We'll be careful.
What sort of monsters, may I ask?
Big, big wyverns. They leave me alone because I just live in a tree. But, there's a bunch of little tiny lizards that have been grabbing bee poke. I wish I could help, but they know pretty much exactly where my boundaries are and stay right outside of them. One of them
Oh,
mooned
Jax.
me. It was so rude. I threw a spear at his butthole.
Nice.
You know, you could get a bow.
She flexes. I am not an archer.
Well, make a bow that is used with strength then.
You gotta still aim with dexterity, Zana.
Yeah, I'm kind of a klutz. But I can throw
cool.
real good.
Oh yeah, everyone knows bimbos are amazing at javelin. It's just a life fact.
Exactly. She'll reach into the tree and produce a big basket of javelins and rattles them.
Sweet.
I love these bad boys.
You know, you could make them like an arrow that would at least make them fly straighter and better.
A javelin is basically just a big arrow. Duh.
But it has no tail feathers.
It's got a ribbon on the back. That's basically the same thing. Look. She will produce a javelin that has a big pink ribbon on the end.
Yay!
An adventurer gave
That's
me these
very
like
cute.
200 years ago, and they're super cute.
Those are so cute.
Yeah, I know, they are like really cute.
Here. She will take one of the ribbons off and just go tie it around Kieran's neck like a choker.
Hey,
Oh, that's adorable. You look so good.
you're right. That's pretty awesome.
That is actually a really nice bow. Holy crap.
Kieran just poker faces.
He loves it, really.
And I can imagine she just tied it up in not like a simple bow, but it's actually one of those.
Yeah,
really
one
nice,
of those gift wrap bows, the fluffy big loop present ones.
No,
Listen,
she
Yeah,
put it around his neck, then did one like simple knot, so most of the ribbon just goes down his back.
Listen,
Ah,
of
I
all the
see.
rumors I've heard about like your family, this seems about par for the course for you.
You know, when I left home, I did tell Dad that even if I couldn't inherit his titles, I would definitely inherit his legacy. I meant being a successful adventurer, but I mean, I guess I shouldn't
It
complain.
could be both. It could be both. It looks like so far it's both.
It seems like you're going to get both, whether you want to or not.
Okay. I'm just gonna go with the flow at this point. Apparently that's just how this is gonna be.
I mean, you appear to have been like radically talented just straight up every single time.
Braz snorts. Look, I have a genetic predisposition, I guess.
I think you're doing great, Kieran.
You did. You haven't failed anything yet so far.
Thanks, sister. Sudden concern on his face. You go, little bro. You're not good. Oh,
Thanks,
sex con
Tally,
marker
I
goes up
think.
one.
Yeah, definitely thanks. I'll make you proud.
Hee. Alright, well, we're gonna go and tell all of the little scaly guys off for being so bad and hurting all them bees.
Yes, good. You give them what for. They deserve a thorough
Okay.
butt kicking.
Butt kicking, for goodness.
For goodness sake.
For goodness sake. Here. The Vader will go to each of you and give you a little tap on the forehead. Go forth with my blessing.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
You are now blessed by a Vader while you are in this hex.
Oh, that's super cool.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
You're super welcome. Come back anytime, for any
Ooh,
reason.
Well, there.
Take care. I love you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
We will
I love
try
you too.
to.
Bye bye.
Well, she was nice.
That was
Mhm.
precious.
She is very cute, yes.
Shame we
Yeah.
couldn't get the sword out.
Yeah, she was alright.
Yeah, she was all right. Saying the person who you get it.
Listen, I'm conflicted, but not about how great that kiss was.
Yeah, but don't worry. You did a great job there, Karen.
Thanks. But, Zana, you're a priestess, right? Do you do the whole giving advice to your friends thing?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
I may not be the best at it, but I'll give it my best.
okay. Is it cheating if you're banging your sister's friend's mom and then your sister's friend tells you to go kiss someone else? I don't know what I'm doing with my life.
Well, are you in a relationship with said
I don't know.
friends? If there's nothing concrete, then you haven't really established. Have you established any, like interpersonal relation that you can say, like, yes, we go together. Are you like good friends? Well, you're banging, so at least you're having sex with each other. But have you actually set down the borders of like, this is what I want, this is what you want?
Did you actually
We,
sleep with her, with Miss Arena?
hey, thank you. We have a session. Please don't interrupt. This is very important and personal.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess not, but I don't know. She seemed very possessive almost. Like it felt like she wanted it to be a thing, but I don't know. Sure.
Well, you're gonna have to talk with her then. That's how, communication is what they say the key to a relationship and, social part. Not that I would gotta know anything about it.
So should I tell her
But,
about the Vader kiss thing?
well, you can ask where you stand at the moment. It's like, what do you want? Do you see yourself, you know, being together with her in the future for long term? Or do you have anything else you actually want to do with your life before, go steady? Or that's the thing.
Hmm. Yeah, that's a good idea. Alright, next time I see Irina, I'll have an actual talk with her.
Yeah, you're a good person. It's like, I understand it's a lot of things being thrown at you. People, just looks at the rest of the throwing you at others, but it's also you're not setting boundaries. You're not established. This is what I will do. This is not what I won't do. You're not saying no. You're just going and said like, no, I won't do this.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's the sort of thing that my dad not doing got him into a lot of trouble. Right, I
Yeah, and
should talk things through and be firm about what I want and what I need.
yeah, I understand that you understand you have your desires to go out adventuring and get yourself see the world, to learn shit. You're good at it. But like I said, it's every action has a consequence, and the more actions you perform that involves others will have consequence down the road if you're not establishing like These are the lines that I won't cross.
Kieran nods along. All right. I'm gonna do that. I'll do it. Yeah, somehow having a heart-to-heart with a woman who's like several hundred times older than you is somewhat more frightening than just asking her out on it. No, I will do it. Thank you, Zana. I really appreciate that.
Yeah,
Zana's gonna
and
lean in and give
if
you a
she,
hug.
I just gives him a hug and pat him on the back. And if she is understanding, she will, take to heart what you want to. Because it can't be a one-sided thing.
Yeah, and she's a great woman. I mean, it takes a special kind of someone to dedicate 10 centuries to just helping people for free. I mean, she wouldn't even let the fishmongers reward her. She just asked them to pay for the travel food, and that was it.
Well, everyone has a reason for doing something, even if altruism in its way, something set her down the path of that.
Yeah, that's a topic I definitely don't want to get into. Mostly for Ina's sake.
Don't worry. You're good. You're a good guy. She's a good person too. And I think, well, I do hope that she will understand your position in this whole thing. Because if she doesn't, then if she's not willing to, meet another person halfway on the road there, the path splits.
I make it sound so final, but then again, I'm not sure where my
No, it's
place in all this is yet, so maybe I ought to figure that out first.
yeah, but whatever place you want it to be, it's going to be that. You just have to what you want.
Right. Just gotta figure that out. Hoist himself up. Okay, I'm good.
You sure?
No, let's go.
I mean, we can still talk about it more if you want.
No, I'm alright. Totally okay. Good to go. Schmoo.
Let me know if you need help with Mom, okay?
I don't want to hear anything out of you.
I figured you wouldn't, but I just put the offer out there just in case. I mean, I do know her pretty well.
Yeah, well, part of the whole romance thing is figuring out someone for yourself.
Aw.
Kieran, can I document your romantic life for a subplot of my novel? I think it would be. I think readers would find it very interesting. Probably. They said I should get your permission first.
Well, at least she's asking for permission now.
I appreciate that. Let me figure out what my romantic situation is, and then I'll say yes or no.
Okay, but I'm going to keep taking notes because I want to make sure if you do say yes, I will have all the relevant information for when I write my novel.
Okay, look, if we do this, I have to be so much more dashing and charismatic than I actually am. Like,
How is that
you've
even
got to
possible?
write me
You're
like I'm
already
Dad.
incredible.
You gotta write me like I'm Dad. Just super, super charming. I'm gonna sweep all the girls off their feet.
You already do.
Yeah,
What's the problem?
yeah, you've already been doing that.
Yeah,
I did
but
write down
like,
that you
I
not
asked you to show my
being-
mom a nice time, and you've got her just totally fucking smit for you. I think you're actually just really good at this.
maybe I'll I'll tell you what. I'll try and pick up some of Dad's novels and go through them and take notes on those, so I can do you justice, perhaps.
Yeah, sure. That sounds great.
He just puts a hand on his arms like, don't compare yourself to your parents like that. You're you. Sure, it's your dad, and he's like, oh, he's all this suave stuff, but you're not your dad. You're a son, sure, but you're you. You have all your own qualities that are great. Don't do that to yourself.
Do I actually, though? Because I'm pretty sure if Inah throws me at one more woman, I'm just going to turn into a clone.
Well, then don't go to the next woman, even if Inah throws you at them.
But, I mean...
Throw Inah at the woman
I mean,
instead.
I'm picking straight hotties for him.
I mean,
Yes, but you're
like,
still throwing him like a
the
piece of
Vader
meat
who
to...
hadn't had us anything in, like, a bajillion years. How do you say no to that?
Exactly.
Yeah, I know
I just know how to pick him.
you're becoming my
Yeah.
friend and all, but you really should stop throwing him like meat to a wolf.
In this case, it just looks at him and say, like, by saying no, by setting boundaries.
Also that,
But-
yeah.
The Vader will just poke her head out of the tree and say, that was really just the nicest kiss I've had in, like, 100 years. It really meant a lot to me, though, but thank you. If you didn't want to, though, you didn't have to. I love you. Bye.
Okay, she's a goddamn sweetheart. That's
Precious.
You're just like Will Smith presents at the tree.
well, you did a good deed, okay?
Exactly.
seemed
Like,
to enjoy it.
where's the boundary between good deed and what's good for me? I don't know.
That's something
Well,
you have to find for
sometimes a good
yourself.
deed could be
Practice.
just that, but what you need is still to establish, like I said, the lines, the boundaries for you.
Okay. Let me figure out that with Arena first, I guess. And then we can figure out if I need to with Inah. Just kind of look past Anna. I mean, you knew I was tapping your mom, and is that normal? Did Kitsune just do that?
No, I mean, I myself am super monogamous, but I know full well that my own, like, I was born of a relationship that's totally full of love, but with like, Crusher's super polyamorous, so she's also very much used to the idea that playing the field is okay and cool.
Mm. Well, that makes me feel better, at least.
Yeah, I wouldn't be doing it if I didn't think she wouldn't mind.
Okay. Look,
I've
I
always
just
been saying Mum herself should play the field a bit more, but she never does. So I'm like actually genuinely ecstatic that you guys had a great time together.
look. I just
mean,
didn't
maybe-
want to be in a situation where I was being used to hurt your mom because she was being weird to
Oh
you.
my gosh! No, I would
Maybe-
never do that. No, you're part of a different kind of secret plan.
What?
Don't worry about it. She
No,
would
hold
smile
on.
brightly and wiggle waggle
What?
them
No,
tails.
No,
what?
no,
Hold on,
no.
what? No. What's wrong?
I'm
I'm
with Kieran
teasing.
here. What?
I'm teasing. Don't you ruin my fun.
Mm. It's not a funny kind of tease.
This isn't like just a big old plot to like get your mother laden so that she can't follow you, right?
No, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I guess I will
Get
insight.
fucking tremendously dabbed on, the lot of you. No, Roz. All right, Roz, you can't do this to me. You know what's up.
I mean, that's just crazy. She wouldn't do that, right?
Rosal's cross her arms. And that's her contribution.
Oh, you go, girl. I know wants a little brother or sister.
No, you just want to say that your mom just doesn't follow you around.
Well, yeah, but she's also been like an only child for 47 years.
That
And
too,
she also
I
doesn't
guess.
want her mom, who just is determined to adventure and do the good deeds no matter what, to fucking die.
That is fair. That's
And
fair.
for at least the 47 years that Ina's been around, her mom's been a lot more careful. But now Ina's not hanging around at home anymore. Like, it's very, very funny to say it's super selfishly like, I don't want her following me. No, Ina actually just cares a lot about her mom and would love to have some siblings and, like, her not be in terrible danger.
All right, fair enough. Anyways, what was I saying before? Maybe your mom just doesn't want to actually play the field, as you put it. I don't like that term.
No, yeah, she doesn't. So I say super delighted that she's had a great time with Kiri.
Yeah, I mean, she is a great lady, that's for sure.
Hey, glad to hear it. Although I had a little bit too much of it last night because my room was next to the Imperial Suite.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's why I know. Yeah.
Okay. I promise that the whole daddy thing was definitely not a prelude to anything.
Okay.
Oh, you didn't hear that part, did you?
I didn't hear what part.
Just gently guide Kira.
So it's like we're leaving now. Me and my son are leaving.
I hadn't thought about that, but now I do have to think about that, and I don't want to think about that. We should just keep going now.
What the fuck? What a fucking point to end on. Holy shit. God damn.
So tired as well. I was just loopy for the last couple hours of that.
All right.
Don't know if you could tell.
Nope. No, it's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah. Here's this for those of you who are interested. And where are you going next session?
Gonna look for wherever the entrance is to the mountain
Oh, yeah.
den for these little koboldy buggers.
Okay.
And then,
Sounds good to me.
Yep.
Valia has suggested it's probably up in here somewhere.
Oh.
Do
we wanna go up that way
probably
first, or do we
probably want
wanna-
to let's stop
we
by
wanna
the
go-
beehive since it's like right next. Oh right,
Oh.
yes, sorry, yes.
Yeah, I was thinking for the witch cabin.
Sure thing. Also there's getting Pone back to Bardland.
Yeah, she does want to go, and she said she'd wait for like 2 days.
Yeah.
Where is she
let's
going? I don't think she's on our path, is she?
She wants to go to Dethick Dale. Her
That is
original
like-
plan was to
it's-
go
It's
like
like a mixed area type
That is
thing.
like
but she
the
could go
exact
this way.
opposite way we're going.
Yeah.
Well, there's the problem though, no, I think if Rose Tower and wait, there's not a town, right? It's just
There is a town built up around a big tower.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means they at least have some form of active trans.
Yes, there
between,
is indeed river
Yeah.
barges and lake ships that go across.
Mhm.
from all these
Okay,
sides.
just making sure.
Does there happen to be like a side road from like here to the tower as well, or like somewhere through the mountains?
No, this is just straight fucking mountains.
Yeah, there are valleys you
I
could potentially
figured-
try and navigate, but there are no roads that are not marked.
I figured there might be a valley there, and that might have like a road or something like that.
Yeah, roads are pretty hard to come by in this region.
Yeah,
There's
most
the big
and
loop, and
making
that's
a
about
road.
it.
It's a 3-day boat journey. We'd end up in Bardland where we could get information on all this other shit.
Bardland is a pretty great
Yeah,
time.
I mean,
I will say this.
I don't see a reason to go to
Making a
Deathwick Dale
road
without
in a
fire.
valley is super fucking dangerous because it's in a
Rocks falling and
valley.
stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Well, within-
seasonal changes like snow and rain and all that stuff.
So here's the thing. I mean, going to Deathwick seems fine and everything like that. I just don't think we really need to at this point. I mean, like all our leads are over in this area here rather than over that way.
Well, I mean, you did have the lead towards the witch cabin here.
Yeah,
Yes,
no,
and
that's how we go like
so-
up the witch cabin, back down this way, and then check out the mountains.
Like, you
Also,
could,
we were going to check the mountain range for the volcanic forge.
Yeah.
Roz will suggest that you just take Yana up to Rose Tower, and then she can boat across on her own pretty safely. That'll get her directly to Deathwick Dale, and then you guys can go mountaineering. Kieran,
Yeah,
however, would like to
seems-
just go to Deathwick Dale because Bardtown.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to visit Deathwick Dale.
Yeah. It's literally the premier hub of information for, well, anything except, yeah, I don't even think fucking Aurora has the kind of bardic bullshit or information
I mean, they
system.
probably do just by being next to the Dale. I think it would be
Yeah.
useful.
Yeah, if you want to search for rare, obscure information, Deathwick Dale is probably one of the 2 best places in the entire country to go to. For sure.
Also, Anna just also wants to see more sights. It's gay.
Also, that's a chance for Zana to visit some family, because Shaw.
Of course, yes. There's also the shows there.
Yep.
But he also has a selfish reason to go there.
Yeah, getting that horse pussy, am I right?
I thought you'd want to be like avoiding the Shaws right now since you're trying to like not get found by family.
It's not.
She's
no,
trying
no,
to
no,
dodge
she's
the
not-
gallium half of that.
Yeah, the Shaw part is fucking impossible to avoid because they spread out. Her mom's influence just grows with every fucking year.
All right. So it sounds like the plan is to go back to Kadar and then boat? Question mark?
I mean,
Yeah,
do we have enough for boating? Because boating gets expensive.
Maybe.
I do have Dash on me
Well,
because I
let's
have
find
cost
out,
from
right?
being a cleric and useful, quite useful.
Yeah,
So,
I have a high degree of confidence you guys can afford a boat trip.
Yeah.
I mean, where are prices for boats? I don't remember. Is it under hireling stuff?
No, that would be, let's see, in expenses on the SRD, I think. Let's see. Ship's passage, 1 copper piece per mile. So if you want to go
okay.
all the way from Kadar, it'll start in this hex. And yeah, pretty much goes in a straight line and boop, boop, boop.
Oh, so it'd just be like 10 silver for us because we're not. No, 100. It'd be 15 silver.
We are all going
15,
there.
50,
So.
yeah, 15 silver, 6 copper.
Okay,
Rent a raft, it'll get us there.
that's not as bad as I thought it was.
No,
I thought it
yes.
was more
that's all.
expensive.
No. International trips are much more expensive on a boat, but you know, a river barge is going up and down whether you are there or not. So passage is cheap.
Okay. Well, in that case, I guess I'll try and make use of your trading rules next session.
Yeah, if you want to, you can definitely give it a try.
Might as well, right? If we're going from one city to another.
If you guys are doing that, Valia will take her leave of you. She's going to continue working through these mountains to try and figure out where this wyvern nest is specifically. Maybe she'll bump into you again.
Yeah. Is there any like lore shit that she wants us to look into for her? Because we could certainly do that.
Esoteric lore, not so much, but if you learn where these kobolds came from, because they seem to be a new addition to the region, she's not familiar with kobolds having lived in this valley. So it's possible someone in the big bard town will know that, or have some leads.
Sure. If need be, we can pay for a sending to be done to her as well.
Yeah. If not, let's see. She'll probably, if she doesn't find the Wyvern Nest immediately herself, she'll probably just go to Igniferous to recoup for a couple days.
Okay. So we are day and a half, and then 3 days to Dethick Dale. 4.5. And
You guys can
for
just
her
get
going
back
up.
here as part of the same travel roll.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
And then while she's doing mountain travel, it slows her down quite a bit. Honestly, by the time we're done in Dethick Dale, she'd probably still be searching the mountains unless she immediately lands on the entrance to their lair. So that's not bad.
Yeah, quite probable.
That works out pretty neatly, if anything.
Right, you can do some information checking at the Bromshrog estate, but
Mm,
People.
she's this orchid is not very good at talking to people.
I mean,
She's basically was forced into it by being
well,
assaulted by our charisma.
You say she's not good at talking to people. That is a +9.
When you gotta do it.
she is a very charming person, but also she's something of a recluse and doesn't particularly like going to talk to people. She is,
Okay,
however,
that
just
makes
good
more
at it.
sense.
Just gotta switch it on.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess let's do XP, shall we?
Yeah.
Rolls. XP. Session 4. 20th to the 23rd when you get back to Kadar. And did you explore a new interesting location for the first time? Yes.
Sure did.
Yes, you did. Did you discover new interesting truth about the world?
why are kobolds sacrificing to?
Yes, that is
Yeah.
certainly a thing.
That
did you
are-
advance or complete a quest? Yes, you did in fact.
Yeah.
To the tree, you learned some stuff about the original champion, and even tried to pull the sword, although it didn't work. Did you protect the people of Iona from a deadly threat? Yes, you took out one of these Goldwood wyverns. Did you instigate lasting change in the world at large or the life of a companion? Yes, Zana
Yeah.
had that nice heart-to-heart with Kieran.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say so. That is a lasting change for him.
Well,
All right, and did
We're
anyone
trying to not get him to follow his dad path.
fulfill a long-term goal? I don't think so.
Nope, I did fulfill a short-term goal.
Then you can mark inspiration. And that is our first 5 XP session, everybody.
Yay!
Nice.
well,
What about our
16
short-term
25.
goals? I'm pretty sure we all just had go to tree.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure most of us just had to go to tree.
I have a new one now, which is get a shrine built for the Vaya.
Oh wait, Scal, you didn't fulfill your short-term goal.
I put in draw the sword from it, which I did not succeed at. I
Owned.
guess I shall delete. Yep,
Dabbed on.
my failure.
All right, so yes,
All right.
Aska completed hers, Bia completed hers, Inah did not, Talanora, yes, Zana, yes. All right. It's like Talanora's was yay tree sword. That's not really completable.
What's the goal there?
Yeah, what's the goal?
I
could assume it's just examine.
yeah.
Okay, yes, you can have inspiration. Try and have an actual like a thing you want to do. You do not have the bimbo perk yet.
you actually have an intelligence this time, please.
All right. If you are watching on the stream or YouTube, thanks for tuning in. We will see you in a few days for the other Sav&D, assuming Scout is feeling rested and relaxed. Until then, adios, and you take
I've
care.
got until Thursday. I should be fine.
You should be.